Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team Career with Cadillac here on the PC, slightly later than planned, for the grand finale to this series. The end of Season 6, the end of this entire series with this particular save file. We are heading home to COTA. Hello, here we are then, ready for the final Grand Prix of this six-season series, and quite fortuitously, serendipitously, you could say, we are heading to COTA for the overall final, having confirmed ourselves as double champions this season. We won the driver's title with Max at the end of last season. This year, Max has won the driver's title and we have won the Constructors' Champions. So we are signing off, having achieved the objective. Got a moth whizzing around in front of me, god damn it. We are signing off as having done won 2 championships in the drivers, 1 Constructors' Championship, and we did the double this season. And we only just secured it last night for the double, wrapping up the driver's title. So this is a victory lap at our home Grand Prix, which is really, really, really nice. And then we do still have one thing that we need to fight for. The second place in the drivers' standings is still up for grabs. There are 4 points between Lando Norris in third and Oscar in second, so we do still have the opportunity to make it a 1-2 in the standings here. Don't know if we're going to be able to do that or not. Oscar has been quicker than Norris all year for the most part, and our car is struggling a little bit, as was evidenced by our pace issues trying to cut through the field a little bit yesterday. I don't know if this circuit's going to be particularly kind to us either, given the nature of it. And there's a lot of corners. We're pretty decent in the low speed. We're not very good at all in medium and high speed right now. Other teams have outdeveloped us in those areas. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we do. Let's have a quick refresh. Now you can see we're 5th in the low speed, but we are worst of everybody in the medium speed, according to this. And then we are 19th in the high speed, so only one team better, worse than us, apparently. But we do have good dirty air tolerance. We've still got really good tyre wear. Speed is slightly better than the average. DRS a little bit worse than the average. Yeah, the car's not very well optimized at the moment, and of course we stopped development a while ago, so it is what it is. It would be really nice if we can sign off with Norris in second place, but it's going to be a tall order. We might need a little bit of help from a well-timed safety car. We shall see. As you can see, we're running a special one-off livery for the end of the year. Our homecoming, an American flag themed livery that I threw together in the using the in-game tools, and then obviously just repositioning and resizing a couple of our sponsors so they sit in there and fit quite nicely. Some of them are a little clunkier than others, but it is what it is. Right, let us get ourselves underway, shall we? We've got 4 days to go until Austin. Evening, yes, evening, Army. Hello to everyone else who is lurking in the chat. As always, please do feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away. We'll see what we can do to answer those for you. Right, the rear wing project is complete. Have I got time to get another one done, maybe? I can certainly get another bit of research done in that final slot here. Just don't know whether it can be a wing or not. Probably not. Let's go with an underfloor. We have kind of neglected the underfloor, haven't we? No hours left to use. Burnt all of those up on other projects. And again, we're just trying to make sure we can get as much expertise in that area there to cover off the loss. So let's go with that. And look at that. Perfect. That finishes on the final day of the year. That is perfect. Lovely stuff. Okay. What are the plans after today for new saves? We are going to be running a save with the new FN26 car models, and we're just waiting on the stabilized database to be re-released so that we can get a full 2026 series with the new models, etc., new regs. We'll get that up and running, underway. And then beyond that, while we're waiting for that database to drop, we've got our 2013 series that is going. And that's normally, we've been limiting that to just Mondays and Tuesdays. We will make that 5 days a week if we need to until the new stuff is ready. So we're planning at least 3 seasons on that file. So we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time to keep F1 Manager going before the new stuff drops. Right. Back to the inbox. There's confirmation there about the rear wing. That's done. Evening Dino. Or Dino. Did we get Max the World Drivers' Champion? Yes, we did. Joe Benazzi goes down by a point. Race preview. There we go. You can see Max champion. 28 points ahead of Oscar with just 19 points remaining. But only 4 points between Oscar and Norris as we head into the final race. Can we get Norris ahead of Oscar? We are long time confirmed as the Constructors' Champions. It's been an absolute cakewalk in terms of that championship for us this season. Everyone's starting to struggle. There we go. Evening, Johnny. Oh man, they are all dropping like flies, aren't they? Okay. Let's see then. So, our car is well suited thanks to its low-speed performance. Interesting. I was not expecting to see our car being well suited. I mean, there's a good number of high-speed corners as well, but yeah, there is quite a lot of low-speed corner technical stuff, so maybe we will do quite well. Let's have a look. Going to be cold. Maintaining tyre temperatures might be tough. Not expecting rain. We do not want the tyres to have to be pushed to keep the temperature in them, because this is a circuit that chews up tyres just in terms of its track surface. So having to push tyres as well could be a problem. Let's take a quick look. 23 degrees, intermittent cloud cover. I think we'll be okay. Right. So target for Max of 5th. We were trying that last night, and yeah, we got knocked out in Q1, so that made that pretty much impossible. We'll go 9th with Norris. We went 9th with Norris yesterday, and he ended up finishing in 4th. So there we go. And let's push our way on to COTA for the finale of this series.
Welcome to the United States Grand Prix. The Circuit of the Americas is known for its bumpy surface, and with around 133 feet of elevation changes, starting with the uphill climb to Turn 1, the Big Red, it's an all-round challenge for cars and drivers.
Taking a look at the top of the constructors' standings, we've got a team that's starting to pull away. And with round 19 kicking off, teams can almost see the finish line of the season.
Sit tight then for the rest of the action.
Okay, here we go. Final Grand Prix. We are going to have a little bit of fun trying to get the car set up. So we're not going to make any changes to setup. We're just going to send them out, get their initial feedback as just to how bad this car is in terms of setup, and then we're going to try and solve the puzzle from there. So we need to put some parts in to save what's left of our good stuff until we get through to the final Grand Prix. We'll go with the 50%. Why not? Again, I'm just protecting against a crash. Let's go with the 20%. There we go. So we're all good there. And let's go over to Norris. Car parts, there we go. Let's go with 36% engine. And ERS. Go with 19. And gearbox, we'll go with 22. There we go. Right, so we're not going to change the setups at all. I do want to keep the hard tyres, which means we are going to have to burn through a lot of soft tyres. We're not going to have many tyres for qualifying. This is a circuit where we want mediums and we want hards. So that's going to make things a little interesting when we get through to hopefully round 3 of the qualifying with no tyres left. COTA, I think, is normally 16, 18 laps. I think it's 17 laps. So we'll go with 18 laps of fuel, just to be on the safe side. There we go. And we'll do our pace settings. Again, we're literally just going to get their feedback and then bring straight in. But sometimes they do take their sweet-ass time giving us that feedback. So, there we go. Right, out we go. And we get to see this livery in the sun for the very first time. Because I've not done that yet.
Green light.
Max's helmet design actually makes him look like he's part of the car.
Radio check.
Good for me too.
And now we'll send out Norris. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about this livery, and there's nothing I can do about it, is just that big chunk of carbon underneath the number 1. Because it's carbon, part of the base of the car, I can't.
Yeah, radio good.
I can't actually paint it using that livery template there, which means it basically just looks like there's a hole in the livery. I wish that was solid.
We'll need
but
good warm up and
yeah,
brakes.
it is what it is.
Confirm.
It just looks a little jarring having a big black sort of blob halfway up the nose of the car and pretty much nowhere else. But what do you think of the livery? Our Stars and Stripes themed livery.
Yeah, confirm.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
Okay.
New engine rec for 2027. I've only been awake for about an hour. Dozed off. And that's why we're a little late to start tonight. So I have not seen that story. Let me do some investigating. Right, I'm in the BC. Look. F1 bosses have agreed to change to engine designs for the 2027 season in response to criticisms. It was agreed in a meeting of teams, commercial rights holder F1 and governing body FIA to increase the proportion of total power coming from the ICE by 50 kilowatts and reduce the electrical power by the same amount. That's probably about the most they can get away with the current architecture. I think to actually rebuild the engine would be very, very difficult. In fact, here we go. It actually says that a little bit further down. The changes will require development to existing engines, but a senior insider says everybody's in the mood for a challenge. There are technical constraints that need to be resolved. For example, some teams want to carry over the chassis into 27 to reduce the cost, so increasing the size of fuel tanks will be difficult. That's why they're not increasing the fuel throughput. But yeah, my guess is that that's about all they can really manage with the current engine architecture. So we might well see changes for 2028 as well, with a redesign of the engine. It's like to maybe make it a little bit more of a move away from that middle-ish kind of split that we're still going to have. It just won't be quite as... I mean, it wasn't even 50-50 to start with. It was something like 55-45 in terms of ICE. This probably takes it to about 60-65. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we maybe get a little bit more of a stretching of that gap going forward in 2028 onwards, ready for switch to whatever engines we'll get in 2030, 2031. But yeah, good to see that they are at least reacting to something that is not very popular with the loyal audience of Formula One, rather than the newcomers who don't necessarily understand the sport properly yet. Right, let's speed things up a bit. Fault for Mini. He will no longer be Mini in a Minardi after this Grand Prix. He is going to Audi next season to replace Bortoletto, who is going to McLaren to replace George Russell, who is going to
Copy that.
to Honda to replace Yuki Tsunoda, who is not going to be on the grid next season. And Fornaroli is not going to be in Formula One next season either. He's getting dropped completely off the grid by the team. And they are bringing back Logan Sargent, of all drivers. So I'm not really sure if they are actually trading up there. Maybe a tiny bit, but not much. Oh, okay. We got our feedbacks. So Max is not sure. We didn't see that one, or I didn't pay any attention to it. But Norris is really unhappy. Let's see how bad it is. 38% and 49%. Oh, wow. Max's car is terrible. So let's call them in. So we have our starting feedback. We put no setups on these cars, and we've got to try and solve the puzzle before the before we get to the end of practice.
I'm in. And limiter on, please. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
Alright, let's see. Let's go to a 12 on the rear wing. Let's push the front wing up to start with a 7. Let's bring this up a bit. This needs to change quite dramatically. Let's go to a 2.8 as our starting point. Let's take that all the way up. I'm going to go that to a 1.9, and then I'm not convinced that this is necessarily going to be a big enough gap, but might be, hopefully. Right, what do we do with this? Let's take it to there. That puts that right on the edge. I'm not sure if that'll be enough. Let's try that instead. Bring that up just a little bit more. There we go. There we go. We'll try that.
Yeah, land it in.
There will be pit limiter on, please. And stop in front of the garage.
Right, Norris's car. Ah, look at that. Front wing's in the right kind of area already. That's helpful. Let's increase this up to an 8. Let's try a 2.8 on this one as well. Let's bring that up. And bring this up. And we'll try that. Fingers crossed. I don't think we're going to get either of these spot on with those, but we'll hopefully solve most of those issues and get the car to a much happier place that we can then fine-tune it from there.
The tires.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised to see that the harvesting limits are going to get tweaked. I mean, we've already seen that to try and reduce the amount of super clipping and, more importantly, lifting and coasting that we've seen teams having to do to refill the batteries. Ooh, we got a VSC. Is that Mini out? No, it's Bartlett crashing one of the Ferrari.
Here's the replay. Now we're through the last turn here. But oh, they can't avoid making contact.
Oh, that's a big
and
hit.
all it can take is one mistake.
Whose
one
car is
momentary
Bartlett
lapse
driving?
of
Is that Kimmy's
concentration.
car?
And not much that the team can do about that one.
Might be Kimi's car that just got wiped out there. Yeah, it was. Oh, Antonelli's not going to be happy with that. Right, we've improved good. 69%. That's not as big an increase as I was hoping it would be.
VSC ending.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see what this looks like from on board. We haven't seen that yet.
Any feedback on the car?
Great for Norris. 91%. That's what I was hoping to see somewhere in the 90s. We'll call him in as well.
And box, this one box, pit confirm.
Yeah, confirm.
The big impact, as far as we're concerned, is it means that the guy who does the realistic racing mod's going to have his work cut out trying to keep that up to date.
Yeah, I'm in. Watch your speed in the pit lane. So just stopping in front of the garage and P1, please. Land lane.
And speed limiter on. So stop on the marks.
Ooh, okay. That's going to need to go up to a 13, so we did get that very wrong. That'll fix a lot of issues straight away. That's going to need to come up. That is going to be a 1.9 after all. This is going to need to come down a bit more. Maybe. Going to push that up to an 8.5. And that is starting to look much, much happier. Can I squeeze enough out of the car? How many laps have I actually done? $19 laps. Oh yeah, we can squeeze 12 there. Go. And let's push that up. I'm going to try that. Oh, can we do this in one single session? Still just about got time for another run. Maybe, if we're lucky. I have to see the new Mr. Only version of the active aero modules. The problem I have with Mr. Only going down the route that he's going down is that he is not releasing his models to other modders to be able to create liveries, or at least at the moment. So anyone who gets and then decides to use the Mr. Only mods is basically then locked into only being able to get liveries from Mr. Only, because they will not be the same. The template won't be the same as the FN26 liveries. So while the Sector 22 model has got, was it Sector 33? But the other team, that's done the 2026 DLC for us, while they've released the model, the FN26 model, to everybody on Overtake for free, then that means that anyone can create a livery and it will always fit the car. And then that can go up onto Overtake for everybody as well. If you have a Mr. Only model and you make a livery for that model, it will only fit the Mr. Only model and will not fit the FN26. So you become locked into an ecosystem. It's trying to become Apple, basically, I think, where you have to go to them for everything. And eventually, maybe things will end up going down that route. But while the free community is still alive and well, we will continue to take advantage of the free community, because then it means that the mods that I'm using and showcasing in the series that I'm running are not locked behind a paywall for the most part. Well, I know we've done a bit of both. We've had some mods that are free, some that are paywalled. I always want the main bulk to be free for everybody, so that they can take part in that with very little expense themselves, if any expense. So, yeah, when I get into modding, then I might have the odd bit here and there locked behind a paywall, but I think the vast majority of stuff will be available for free. Right, we are almost done. There we go. Max is out. We've got 18, just under 18 minutes to go. So this is going to go right down to the wire as to whether or not we can get this full feedback in.
Can you check the temperature?
Yes, but I'm not going to. We have this discussion every race, Max. Alright, 5 minutes to go. We need 2 more bits of feedback. 1 more bit of feedback for Max. We should get there with Max, but I don't know if we'll get there with Norris.
Zero traction.
Yeah, understood.
Entire face update when you can.
I got a lot of vibrations.
Understood.
I've got a fault for Norris as well now.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
We've seen on data on our side we can continue.
Sorry about that. We come back to you.
I think that's the 2024 equivalent of copy. We are checking.
How does the car feel?
Oh, we're optimal with Max. That's encouraging. It's 97 or more. Yes! Look at that. From a completely cold start, we've managed to nail that to 100% in one session. Fantastic. I love it when a plan comes together. We don't know about Norris. And I don't think we're going to find out about Norris, unfortunately.
And checkered flag.
Ooh, 97. Oh, we got so close. So close to clean sweeping it. All right, so that's the end of practice 1. So we've got a penalty for Alex Albon going into tonight. We've got a penalty for Porsche. No other penalties listed at the moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break and then we'll get the rest of practice underway. Evening, Daniel. Good to see you. Right, we just need to tweak Norris's car ever so slightly, don't we? Is it the front wing? Not entirely the front wing, but I was umming and ahhing over the toe, wasn't I? And that is the main area of contention. Try that. So we want soft tyres again. Max, I don't think we even need to send out. Yeah, he's 100% prep, look. So Max is going to sit in the garage. I do need to make sure I run mediums once. So we'll send Max out to do a lap on medium tyres. Otherwise, I'm literally going to have no softs going into qualifying at all. So, yeah, send out Max, one lap, send out Norris, do a run. And that's just simply because I want to nail the car setup to 100% for the final Grand Prix. Not because we need to send him out for anything more than just a few laps. He's at 98% prep overall. Vito's hoping for a podium for an American team tonight. Well, we are the only American team left. Oh, no, Ford's there. You're hoping for a podium for Ford? Ah, traitor. I thought you were my friend.
Confirming you are boxing this lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Haas doesn't exist anymore. Haas is Toyota. They are Japanese. Honda's Japanese. Audi's German. Minardi's Italian. Williams is British. HiTech is British, but they're running a Renault livery, which is French. And then we've got Mercedes, German, Ford, American, McLaren, depending on how pedantic you want to be, British or Bahraini. And then we've got Ferrari, Italian. So, Honda technically is also part Irish with the Jordan livery. Evening, Clark. Good to see you. Okay, well, it would be something though if the two American teams swept the podium tonight. A little whoopsie for Théo Pourchaire.
Whoa! And around they spin. And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under control.
As we head to COTA's version of Turn 8 at Turkey. Speaking of Turkey, there is the possibility that we may see the circuit on the grid this year. They have offered to make the circuit available to replace one of the missing Grand Prix. I don't know if we're going to see that happen. More likely is we're actually going to see one of the two cancelled Grand Prix from earlier this season, either Bahrain or Jeddah, squeezed into the circuit, into the calendar a little bit later in the year. If the conflict in that region is done and dusted by then.
Confirm.
So, I mean, we could maybe turn the season triple header finale into a quadruple race. You know, 4 races back to back. We've also got another place or two where we could possibly squeeze one in. There was talk about between I think Singapore and Baku was another possible point to wedge one of those missing Grand Prix in. And Turkey have offered to make their track available for a 2026 race, so we may see it this year. I know Silverstone was offering to host a second round. I don't think that's going to happen. Like I said, I think more likely they're going to try and squeeze in one of the Grand Prix that didn't actually take place.
Update when you can.
Or maybe even both of them. But, I mean, we could still yet lose Abu Dhabi and Qatar as well if the conflict is still potentially going to affect those areas as well. So we could end up dropping down to 20 Grand Prix, which would be something.
Copy that.
We made the car worse. I was hoping that we would have nailed that. We didn't. We made it worse. Interesting. We got that right. This is very wrong. So, shit. I'm just going to leave it at 97. I think. And I don't want that. I want to try and nail the setup. Right, we'll go with that and just leave it blind. Evening, PR. The moth is back. I don't know if they're breeding in here. It's always the same one. The same, brand, species, or genome, whatever you want to declare. But I squish it, and then a clone of it appears a few days later. Yeah, he's buggered off again. So, what the hell? Let's send him out. I wasn't planning on sending him out, but we'll send him out. It's the final race. It's practice parts. Why not? Be kind. Be kind. Four out of 5.
Any feedback on the car?
Ah, 97 again.
I think everything's fine.
Copy that.
All right, I'm going to take this as a personal challenge now. I am going to get this car to 100%. Ah, we broke the cornering.
Speed limiter on. Speed limiter on. And stop on the marks.
Going down the rabbit hole of chasing the last 3%. Not going to get full feedback, not at all, in the remaining 5 minutes. We'll get 2, maybe 3 out of 5. And let's have a little bit of fun in the chat as well. Let's throw in a poll.
And checkered flag.
There we go. There's a poll for you. I can't move from the seat. I've got to continue doing what I'm doing. I mean, I probably will get up to get another drink at some point, but it's got to happen on camera. So if he flutters back over this way, I've got to basically go and squish him. So there might be some random clapping going on throughout the stream. It's me trying to get them off while I'm sat in my chair, broadcasting to the world. So still just the 2 podiums that we know of. The penalties that we know of. Albon and Porsche. Still nobody else. We've got 1 more session to go. And we're not going to be sending Max out. We are going to be sending Norris out to hopefully achieve setup perfection.
So now we have green light.
4 votes so far, all saying, yes, I will win the war against the Moth. It's good to see that my audience has faith in me. Please don't clap when the camera's off. No, I'm not going to turn the camera off at all now that we've got the stream on, until that thing's done. So you will see my ugly mug on all the cutscenes as well. Evening, Arctic. And if I do find myself, if I'm going for, to the bathroom or getting a drink from the fridge, and I do end up being able to get the moth, at that point I will concede defeat in the war against the moth, because it won't have happened on camera. But as I said, I think there's more than one in here, so it's every chance that I'll get one, and another one will pop straight back out again.
Awesome job.
Yes, confirm.
You can't necessarily see it, but sometimes they'll hang around there on my VR headset case. So that's why I'll have a little check over my shoulder every now and again, see if he's there. I've spotted one there in the past. We've got feedback from Norris. What's he saying? Please be good. I didn't see what it was. Oh, there we go. Yes! 100%. Norris is done. Let's call him in. And we are done with practice. At last. Let's make things a little bit more interesting as well. Zoom out a little bit more. There we go. Does practice increase confidence? Practice determines where your confidence's starting level will be. So, assume that this bar here is the driver confidence bar that we get in the race. And we have it chunked up, so we'll have like very bad or very low confidence, and then we'll have a chunk for low confidence, then medium confidence, high confidence, very high confidence, and then a little chunk at the very end for peak confidence. If we have a really low prep level, you can expect, and this is also the case when you don't have a great relationship with the engineer, you just started with that engineer, where you're more likely to be somewhere around here, in the sort of good, standard confidence area, medium, maybe into high. Once you've improved the setup to the point where the driver's got maximum preparation level, then that will push that further forward, and having a good relationship with the engineer will also push that further forward a bit as well. So we should be starting in very high confidence as our base point. And that basically means that we don't have to do as much to get up into peak. And we do have a higher base point. So confidence will naturally erode back to its starting level if you're, I don't want to say inactive, but if you're not getting overtakes and stuff for a while, it will naturally sort of degrade back to your starting point. So you always want your starting point to be as high as possible so that your starting stats are as good as possible. It also means if you have an accident and you end up all the way down here at very low confidence, it can take a little while for it to rebound and work its way back to its starting point, but you are starting with stats that are higher than if you were starting down here. It's less noticeable for us because we're running a mod that limits the impact of confidence in races. So we only get, I think, +2, +3 on our stats. But without that mod, you know, the maximum in peak would be on +8, maybe +7, depending on the driver. So yeah, slightly long-winded way to give you the answer, but I wanted to give you the answer with the understanding behind getting to that point. And then I kind of re-visualize that for you once we actually get into the Grand Prix. Or into qualifying. So I can kind of show you in qualifying as well. And the reason why we're running that mod to reduce the impact of confidence is it just makes things a little bit harder for us. It means that instead of getting those massive +8s and our drivers being unstoppable, you know, with 100 in all the key stats, you know, if they're having a good race, they're not getting much of a boost. They're getting a little boost, but not a massive boost. So it makes their pace a bit more realistic. And conversely, it means we don't quite suffer quite so much as well if we do have a little dip in confidence for a small period of time. Evening, Joe. Right, so we've got 7 votes on the poll if I'll win the war against the Moth, and somebody, some heathen out there, says no, the Moth is going to taunt me for the rest of the night and go unvanquished. Thank you for your confidence in me. Right. Still no known penalties to be applied, apart from those 2. And that is it for practice. Up next is qualifying, with the camera staying on.
Will practice pay off for the drivers? Well, we're about to find out in qualifying.
A stable platform while snaking through the high-speed sequence of corners is vital in the early part of a Circuit of the Americas lap. And during qualifying, drivers will want to have good aerodynamic grip and pinpoint accuracy so as to not lose valuable time through those turns.
So as we head into this qualifying session, Karun, how do you think Lando's going to be feeling?
You can tell that we've been watching a driver with real confidence here. And it makes a difference, I can tell you, from my own experience.
So stay with us, folks. It's sure to be a good one.
Having a look around, trying to see the Moth while we're in the cutscene. Did not see him. So, what are those wheels? They are just one of the in-game wheels, but of course we're using the 2026 wheel mod from Little Onion that was released a few months ago now on Overtake. Linked in the description down below. And so it replaces the wheel covers with spoked wheels. Right, best bits that we have left: 68% engine, a a 89% ERS, and a 62% gearbox. There we go. Oh, while I was thinking there was a game bug with 4 wheels. What, on the front? Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well. I'm guessing where you had the wheels and then wheels stacked on a slightly diagonal above them. Yeah, we had that yesterday as well. Right, Norris's bits. We want the 62% engine. ERS, we've got a 42%, so we may well get some battery issues developing for Norris in the Grand Prix. And a 62% gearbox. We are right down to the dregs of our engine supplies here. And out we go to qualify.
Green light.
Let's take a look at the temperature graph. It's going to stay pretty much consistent by the look of it.
We need you to push this out lap.
Could be a monster truck livery. Yeah, I suppose it could. Well, it could be a drag racer as well. I mean, anything American, basically.
So you're in a good position.
Who needs freedom? Eagle oil bombs. Let's focus on Norris, because Norris is the driver that we need to really pay attention to tonight. Max is done, really, for this championship.
Track is clear.
He'll be playing a support role to Lando in ideal circumstances, trying to help him get ahead of Oscar in the standings. We're 4 points behind, so
issues.
It's going to be really hard to outscore him by 4 points today. Pole, fastest lap. That'll be 2 points, and that'll make things easier in the Grand Prix. But a reminder that we do have that reduced point system in place this season. So 4th to 11th, they're all separated by just 1 point, from 8 down through to 1. And then it's 10 points for third place, 13 points for second, 17 points for a win. So, yeah, we might need to be on the podium minimum to have any chance of doing this, and hope that Oscar is not. Of course, if something were to happen to Oscar and he drops out of the points or out of the Grand Prix entirely, that would be helpful. So far, Tsunoda is looking pretty quick. It's a 1:34.8 for Jack Doohan. Yuki Tsunoda crossing the line in a moment. He's just coming up to the last corner now. Moth now has 11%. Yes, it's someone else has voted yes. There's still one person out there who thinks the Moth is going to beat me. Tsunoda is 0.8 quicker. Norris is a little bit slower. 10.5 overall. That's not too bad. Quicker than Albon. Here comes Max around the final turn.
Stay negative on your delta.
19 voted and only a few, or 19 watching and only a few voted. What in the democracy? That's pretty much half the course. I mean, some people might be watching and not signed in. You need to be signed in, have an account to be able to vote. To be able to comment, you need to be signed in. So if you're not signed in, then you'll count as a viewer, but you won't count as being able to vote or comment. That's nothing specific to the way I do things, I think. I think it's just the way YouTube does it.
Watch for traffic with Verstappen.
Of course, you never ever get 100% turnout in any election or vote of any kind. You always get people who just don't bother voting, either through apathy or protest or absent-mindedness. Traffic jam in sector 2.
Stop on the marks.
All right, Lindblad looking relatively quick here. Not quite on Tsunoda's level. He'll be up there challenging with Norris, though. Russell up to P4. And Lindblad goes second. Beats us by 6/10.
Please stop on the marks.
And we've got to be really careful about how many laps we do because we don't have many tyres to qualify with. So hopefully we're just going to sit the rest of this session out and get through, just so that we've actually got some tyres to carry through into the next session. See how Oscar does. This is Tsunoda beating. Leclerc crosses the line. He goes second by 68 thousandths of a second. Oscar goes top by 4/10. Wow. Yeah, that was a good lap. That does not inspire me with much confidence for getting Norris ahead of him tonight. Here comes Teo. He's had a miserable first sector. Look at that, 30.1. He's lost 5 seconds in the opening sector somewhere. He must have been blocked by traffic somewhere. Yeah, 5.9 seconds off the pace in the end. Oof. All right, what about Antonelli? Car has been rebuilt following a crash by Bartlett in FP1. It's another good middle sector. Not at all. A little bit slow in the opening sector as well. Lawson pops up into P14, 2 seconds off the pace. Portoletto, 2.5 seconds off the pace in 16th. Here comes Antonelli up to the line. This is not a good lap. 13th, 1.5 seconds off the pace. Let's see what Mini can do. Still got Hadjar, Gasly and Bearman to set their laps, and then everyone will have a time. Gasly. It's a good first sector. Slightly compromised there on the run down to the hairpin. Ollie Bearman. Oh my word. Terrible first sector for Ollie Bearman. Yeah, so he's not going to be challenging anyone. This is a decent lap from Gasly. It is second place for Gasly, and all Ford front row as things stand. Hadjar with a very good first sector. Bearman's lap is awful as he crosses the line. How far off is he? 6.7 seconds off the pace. That is not so good. I now have a 75% vote against the Moth. Tsunoda's always surprising with what's he doing there kind of performance, wall or pole, anything. Yeah, we do kind of see that from him, don't we? Maybe that's why he's not on the grid next season, having been replaced by George Russell and nobody else signing him. Minardi might just not have the funds. They might not have the money to be able to afford to sign Tsunoda, which is why they went with Logan Sargent. Second place for Hadjar, just under a 10th behind Oscar Piastri. We've got just over 5.5 minutes to go in the session. Doohan's popped up into 7th. Tsunoda's on a lap right now while we're talking about him, so let's see how he does. Across the line. Goes ahead of Gasly, 2.5 tenths away. Antonelli currently in the danger zone. Schumacher in the drop zone. He needs a lap. We've got 4.5, just under 5 minutes to go. Russell now with a very quick opening sector. We've had a couple more items drop on overtake. We've had Kevin Tardo's 2026 Red Bull Ford livery reworked to fit the new 2020 FN26 model, I think. I'm going to check that. Screenshots are the same. Yeah, it's still showing the 2026, the 2024 car model. So it's a 2026 package remaster, but using the older screenshots. So I'm guessing that that's been updated for the FN26 livery. I'm not sure. Franco Colapinto on an absolute flyer. Oh, and we cursed him. We clicked on him and immediately locked up. Sorry, Franco.
Right then, you can take a look now.
Yeah, here he comes, out the corner, doing fine. He's gone really, really quickly. We click on him, and he immediately locks up.
Just unable to control the car by that point.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Could not make this up. So that's his lap stuffed. Antonelli just goes under 25 seconds. The only driver to have done that in the first sector so far. And he needs the lap as well. Under 3 minutes left. A few more cars piling out the pit lane. Schumacher desperately needs to find a lap. Let's see if I keep referring to Mick as Michael or Michael's son tonight. I haven't made that mistake yet. We've also got a Williams Golf livery as well. And that is reworked for the new 2026 model car. Oh, this is a mighty lap here from Antonelli. He's absolutely flying. This is comfortably going to be top. Colapinto has crossed the line in P15. So he's done. He's now in the drop zone as Antonelli goes top. What's the gap? I don't know what the gap is because Piastri's on an outlap. What is the gap? 4/10. Oh, it's a huge gap. All right, Lawson could get out with this kind of pace. Not looking great for Fornaroli. Not a good first sector for Albon. It's a personal best, but might not be good enough. There's Piastri on his outlap. Max is down to 12th now. Porsche with an improved first run. Should we be out there? There's no point now. We haven't got time to get around. I was hoping that we can just get through on the one run because we've only got 2 sets of softs for the first 2 sessions. We'll get a new set in the 3rd session. But if we use all 3 sets, we'll have no new softs at all for the Grand Prix. Not overly concerned about that. We'll have 2 sets of mediums, 2 sets of hards. But, yeah, I wanted to try and just get through on that single run. So Colapinto is out. As Fornaroli's got up to P15. Lawson goes to P12. That's ahead of Max. That's not ideal. What about Albon? Albon is slower than Max. That's good. So P13 still. We've got 4 cars out there at the moment. Bearman has had another horrible first sector. So I don't think Bearman's going to make it through. He's 3 seconds off the pace in the opening sector. Porsche's done in 18th and out. Gasly improves to P4. Or maybe improves his time slightly. He has done a personal best lap there. Bortoletto goes to P9. That knocks out Mini. So that is both of the Minardis out. Schumacher is out. The lap kind of fell away from him there. Not a good final sector. And so Schumacher in 18th place. Bearman takes 3 seconds off his pace, but he lost 3 seconds in the opening sector, so that killed any chance he had of getting through. And that is it for Q1. Mini, Schumacher, Fornaroli, Porsche, Colapinto and Bearman are the 6 drivers eliminated. We got through with just the 1 run. Antonelli currently top, but Piastri is looking to retake that spot. He improves by about 2.5 tenths, but Antonelli's still the quickest so far. All right, going back to what I was talking about the confidence, you can see because we got our car set up perfect at 100%, and because our race engineers have a pretty good relationship with our drivers now, our starting confidence for both drivers is very high. And what that translates to is a little boost of +2 and +1 on our starting level stats for the Grand Prix. So Max's cornering is maxed at 100%. 99 on braking, 91 on accuracy, 95 and 96 in overtaking and defending. For Norris, not quite as good, but his baseline stats have had the same +2, +2, +2, +1, +1 boost. So he's at 92, 94, 94, 91 and 96. Those will get buffed even slightly higher if he gets up to peak confidence. And if we were to have an accident, then our confidence will obviously plummet down somewhere down here. Might go to medium, might go to low, very low, and then it would gradually just on its own just start to recover back to our starting point here. But also any overtakes we get would then jump that forward much quicker. And likewise, if we get a good start and get a lot of quick overtakes in to get to peak confidence over time, with no more overtakes or personal best sectors, etc., that would gradually start to drift back to its starting point. So you always want this to be as high as possible, and to get it as high as possible, you need to have your driver prep level be at 100% and have a good what's the word I'm looking for? A good relationship with your engineer. Right, into Q2 we go. Get out early.
So now we have green light.
Leclerc coming out behind us. And Leclerc will be the meat in a Freedom Burger. All right, we've also got Piastri, Hadjar, Gasly, Russell out there as well. So we've got some really big hitters out early. A couple more cars leaving the pit lane now. Bortoletto and Drugovic, and
track is
one
clear.
of them's
Track
already
clear.
out there. That's Lawson leaving the pit lane.
Will be
Drugovic is
cut
already
back
out there.
for last corner.
Right, let's go on board with Norris.
Gap is good.
Here comes the second
Good to go.
Audi. No, that's a Ferrari. That's Antonelli. Oh, shit. Ah, no. On goes Charles Leclerc. Big lock up for Lando. Very big lock
Heading
up for
down the
Lando.
straight. Oh, and the car locks up. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
Yeah, those tyres will be destroyed after that lock up. Down to 70%. Ooh. For reference, Max's are at 85. So we lost a huge amount of tyre wear on that one there. It's a 30.4 for Norris, a 25.0 for Verstappen. Oh God, we're getting held up there as well. And so's Max. Oh my God, both of these cars getting blocked. Our middle sector is going to be appalling. .2, a 39.8. We should be doing a 38. Hadjar also getting caught in that same blob of traffic that held us up as well. Okay, so Max is only a second off Leclerc. Norris is 6.5 seconds off Leclerc.
Yeah, confirm.
And we've destroyed
Load
Norris's
in,
tyres as
box
well.
is slapped.
Piastri goes 1.3 seconds quicker. We're 7.5 seconds off the pace. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Drugovic pops up into third place. Hadjar is P5. He's a long way off. Here comes George. George getting a nice clean run, but certainly not as quick as Piastri. Gasly's going slightly quicker, just behind. We might see him in a moment. Oh, George. Wow, we are... Whoever we go, we click on, fucks up. We did it to Colapinto. We've done it to Norris. Now we've done it to George. Let's see if Gasly loses it. Nope.
Seeing a yellow.
Gasly goes to P2. George with an awful final corner. Lawson's going to be the next one across the line, isn't he? There's Lawson. There's Bortoletto behind him. And just coming into the back of the shot, we saw Antonelli. He's done a much better lap. Again, Bortoletto and Lawson losing time in the middle sector. No doubt getting past traffic on the back straight. Lawson then to P7, Bortoletto to P6, Antonelli to second.
Yeah, I'm in.
And limiter on, please. Okay, so stopping on the marks.
Sainz will be the next one, and then Alex Albon. Albon goes to P4. Evening, Iberk. Cadillac is an okay car for tonight. It's good in low speed, and there is definitely quite a few low-speed technical corners out there, which will play to the strengths of the car.
And we need to try and sync all the gears.
Yeah, confirm.
I don't think it's got the pace to win the Grand Prix. But we should be near the upper end of the points, assuming we qualify well enough. That was our downfall with Max yesterday. Let's see what Lindblad can do. He goes to P5. Doohan and Tsunoda are both out there. Doohan's going to be the next driver across the line.
And track is clear, track clear.
He goes to P9.
Mode push.
Tsunoda will knock Max out of the top 10.
Track will be clear. Go now.
So Yuki Tsunoda up to P3. A lot of cars way out of position after being blocked on their runs. Let's see how we do on this run. We'll make a small improvement, maybe. But we're not going to be putting on new tyres until the next run. This is a better lap from Max. And there's definitely a better lap from Norris as well, but his tyres are absolutely ruined after that lockup. Someone's got a fault. I thought it was us for a second then. It's Bortoletto. I cannot go on power.
When they change gears as well, I think it's going crazy.
Oh, that's a new one. I've not heard him say that before.
So at the moment you are P9.
All right, so Max up to P6, P9 for Norris with very, very dead tyres.
P6.
They're down to 56%.
This lap.
We are going to take manual control to get them back to the pits a little bit quicker. And then we'll stick on a brand new set of tyres for the final run. Looks like George is about to start a lap. There he is. We clicked on him and he immediately spun off at the final turn. Let's see if he has a problem this time round. Got one of the Fords potentially just slightly in the way there. That was Gasly. 25-0, that's a good first sector. The Mercedes in the way now. Jumps out of the way as quick as it can. That was Carlos Sainz. I think Austin would be a good race to go to, Clark. It is a really great circuit. Good first run for Charles Leclerc there as well. 25-0. This is a good lap from George.
I'm in.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks.
And that's P2 for George. Without Leclerc. Oh yeah, Silverstone's great. There's a huge party atmosphere at Silverstone.
Wait for traffic.
Brake warming reminder.
Yeah.
Silverstone's more about a camping experience, though. You know, camping in the fields around the circuit. We get out of Gasly's way. Gasly with a 26.9 is not a great first sector. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's a festival experience when you go to Silverstone and do it the right way, and I use that in quotes. You know, the right way. You know, you go camping in the fields around the circuit. When I went in 2003, I was working as hospitality staff in Brooklyn, but we were camping in the fields. So I was there on Friday evening. We were waiting wait staff for the BRDC ball. That was cool. White glove kind of affair. Got to meet quite a lot of people there, including Sir Jackie Stewart, Martin Brundle, Ralph Furman.
Track is clear.
I think maybe Palmer as well.
Tires button off.
Jolyon,
for
I'm
last
not sure,
corner.
can't remember. And then Saturday and Sunday, I was inside the Brooklands complex, you know, working hospitality in one of the boxes there. But I managed to actually get away with standing on the balcony and talking with people that I was waiting on for most of the Grand Prix, which is kind of cool. Didn't really get to see much of the support races. Djokovic is P3. Norris has done a 25-0 in the opening sector. So is Max. We need a good lap here. Antonelli with a 24.9. Lawson might not have the pace to get through. Norris with a really good middle sector here, which he needs. Lawson is P12. He's done. Max not had the best middle sector. Max might be at risk here. Antonelli absolutely flying. He's purple in the middle sector as well. And it is top by 6 thousandths for Norris. Woo! What about Max? Can Max improve? Oh! We get bumped by Hadjar. I think it was Hadjar. And then immediately retake the place back, bumping Albon out. Can we hang on? Yes, we can just hang on. Look at that. We made it through by 15 thousandths of a second. Ooh, that was tight. That was very, very tight. Any updated news about the 2026 mod? Nope. It'll be out when it's out. All right, let's take another quick ad break, and then we'll get the top 10 shootout out of the way. Alright, so we're going to use the same tyres that we just finished the previous session in for our first run. We'll stick on brand new tyres for the final run. We will not have a brand new set of softs going into the Grand Prix, but that's okay. I'd rather have the softs, rather have the mediums and the hards for this circuit. So, let's head into the top 10, shall we?
Green light.
Reminder for brake temperature.
Okay.
And if possible, some full throttle will help for tire temps.
Okay.
No sign of the moth. He's out there somewhere, taunting me.
So you're in a good position.
Right, Russell's out early as well. I just hope we don't get cars piling out as we're coming through. There goes Felipe Drugovich leaving the pit lane. Gasly also leaving his pit box as well for Ford. Now Hadjar getting ready to come out. And Charles Leclerc and Yuki Tsunoda. Tsunoda behind Leclerc, and we've got traffic. We've got quite a bit of traffic.
We're looking good. Good to go, good to go.
Track is clear, track clear. Will be chat button off for last corner.
Right, 25-0 for Max. concerned Max might get blocked with some traffic on the back straight. These two for Norris. They both get out of the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 38.3. That's not great for Max. 38.0 for Norris is better. Going to go top briefly. Norris will take it away from him.
Currently P1.
Wait for traffic with Verstappen.
Hadjar's start of his lap is ruined. There we go. That is Norris top by 2.5 tenths.
P1.
Here comes George. Doesn't spin in the final turn this time when we click on him. He's half a second away. Right, what about Gasly? Hadjar's first sector is miserable, but that's because he had to lift as we crossed the line to start our lap. So that's why Hadjar's lap is scuffed. It'll be Drugovich next across the line. Piastri with a 25.0. That's only fractionally quicker than us in the first sector. Drugovich up to P3, 3 tenths away. Here comes Gasly. It'll be Hadjar and the two Jordan Hondas. Across the line, Gasly goes to P4. Let's pop on to Yuki Tsunoda. Piastri's flying, look. He's a couple of tenths up on Norris at the moment. Tsunoda goes P7, Leclerc P3.
I'm in. So limiter should be on now.
Oh, is George going to just slightly hold up Oscar here at the end of the lap? We've got Antonelli right behind Oscar as well.
Speed limiter on, speed limiter on. And stop in front
There
of the
goes
garage.
George into the pits. Last corner for Oscar, up to the line. He goes top by 2 tenths. Antonelli goes P3 and splits the two Cadillacs. But our driver's now into peak confidence. Now we've got to judge when to go for the next run. Tempted to go now, but it just increases the likelihood that we'll hit traffic on our at the start of our flying lap. Someone's going early. It's George. He's the only one out there at the moment. Oh, as I say that, Leclerc and Drugovich both leave their pit boxes. Let's send Lando now. And Max.
Just work on your tyres.
Yep.
George gets through without too much kerfuffle there over Gasly. Oscar now leaving the pit lane. And Antonelli. Oh, and Antonelli's right in front. That might compromise Oscar very slightly. May even compromise Antonelli as well. It's a 25-0 for George. Charles Leclerc is actually quite a way away. It's Tsunoda just leaving the pit lane now. So everyone's on track. Max gets out of George's way. Really hope Norris doesn't get compromised at the end here. I think he'll be fine. I think he's far enough ahead. Yeah, he's far enough ahead. Good, good, good.
And track is clear, track clear.
So I just want to check that Max gets through cleanly here. Past George.
Okay, gap is good.
George goes to P2, 10th away from Oscar. Leclerc's just gone purple in the first sector. Going to catch George somewhere in the opening sector. Norris goes purple at 24.9. Lovely stuff. There's George. 0 for Max. Slight compromise there. Could have been a lot worse. But it certainly wasn't ideal. Alright, let's switch to Norris. No, I think that's a spider. Just disappearing behind the TV. Hadjar's gone purple in the first sector. It's a good middle sector for Norris. Leclerc goes top by 7 thousandths of a second. Norris is fractionally quicker at the moment. Can he sustain this pace? Oh, it's purple in the middle sector, final sector. Norris goes top, but Piastri's on an improved lap. What about Max? Max goes to second. We've got the front row for now. Hadjar could spoil that slightly. This is where Piastri could be compromised here at the end of the lap. He is on a pole position worthy lap right now, though. Hadjar's only good enough for P6. Tsunoda, I don't think Tsunoda's going to be quick enough to take pole away. But that's not who we're worried about. It's this man here. Antonelli's not going to do it. It is a spider. I can see him. Ah, Piastri takes pole by 2/10. Damn it. We almost got pole position. The gap's now 5 points going into the Grand Prix. Oh, that makes it even harder. Tsunoda goes to P4. And that is everybody done. It will be Oscar on pole for the final Grand Prix. Norris in second. Max in third. Then Tsunoda and Leclerc fourth and fifth. Russell and Hadjar sixth and seventh. Antonelli eighth, ninth for Drugovich, and 10th for Pierre Gasly.
We're not far off now here in Austin as the drivers ready themselves for this 56-lap race.
The Circuit of the Americas is definitely a track that rewards bravery on the brakes, just like when Lewis Hamilton passed Sebastian Vettel unbelievably late here to take the win in 2012.
The track in Austin is a contradiction. It's high speed, but drivers need a decent amount of downforce to make good on overtaking. Having the grip to outbrake opponents here is key. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
The curious case of the insect invasion. Right. We are going to be very aggressive with our opening tyres. And we're probably going to do something like this. Based on the fact that they said it's going to be cold. Fuel. Let's go with one extra lap of fuel, just to be aggressive with fuel at the start without having to worry about building up a big fuel deficit. But I don't want to go too many laps over because safety cars do happen around here. There's the spider, I see him. Right. That is what we're going to do. I'm going to go grab a drink from the fridge, and when we return, we'll get the Grand Prix underway. camera's still on. Yeah, I left the camera on deliberately just in case the moth decided to show himself on camera while I disappeared. All right, let's go racing. One last time on this file.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race. And for Lando Norris, this is another chance to see what he can do in this car.
A second place start for them today. They'll be aiming for a podium, but could they even sneak the win?
This should certainly be a good one, folks. Sit tight and get ready. It's the United States Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Oh, it's a really bad start for Oscar. Max has nowhere to go, though, because Norris is on the inside. Oh, they're fighting with each other, and finally Norris yields to Max. Bit of a reprieve there for Oscar.
And we need to try to avoid locking.
Yeah, confirm.
We need to avoid locking
Right,
as
here's
somebody
the action
locks
at
up.
turn 10. And there goes the steering. And they ended up their own passenger.
That was a nothing lockup. He's fine. This is, well, it wasn't a big lockup because he would have taken out quite a few cars there. That would have been a bit of 10-pin bowling for sure.
DRS is enabled for reference. Your P2.
Yeah,
Okay,
Oscar
next car is
got very
Gasly.
lucky there at the start with us fighting. And he's now trying to capitalise on that.
Car behind is Norris. He's 0.5 behind.
No idea if he's going to try and one stop or two stop this race. I would imagine we're going to see two stops and probably three stops for some of the teams lower down the order. Should we have given a do not fight instruction? Yeah, maybe, but I want to try and avoid that where we can. It's generally, especially on a long DRS circuit like this, it just invites the risk of another car coming up alongside, and because you're not attacking and staying tucked up behind, you just leave a gap and get yourself boxed in the braking zone. And then a car gets between you, and then that car can then push past the next one. And yeah, it gets a bit messy. It can be counterintuitive on some circuits when the going is close. Surprisingly, we've got quite a few cars starting on soft. We've got Tsunoda, Leclerc, Hadjar, Lindblad, Lawson, Schumacher, Porsche and Bearman all starting on soft tyres. We've got Colapinto and Albon, both Williams drivers. Mini, Doohan, Sainz, Drugovich, Antonelli joining us in starting on mediums. And then Piastri, Russell, Gasly, Bortoletto, and Fornaroli standing on the hard tyre. So we've got an interesting little mix. We've got an interesting little mix of starting compounds. So we could see some really divergent strategies here. But Oscar's gone, look, isn't he? He's absolutely blitzing away, and we just can't go with him.
Tsunoda seems to be struggling.
Problem for Yuki. Let's have a look.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some
Golly
kind.
Crofty. No help to us at all there. Oh. Fornaroli again.
Yellow flag where you are.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the replay. Round they spin. And there's not much they can do about that now.
Not been a good start in the Grand Prix for Leonardo Fornaroli. His final Grand Prix will not be on the grid next year.
You need to keep your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken by everybody.
Okay.
Right, we have actually closed the gap a little bit. Yeah, a couple of tenths. Norris under pressure from Tsunoda.
Okay.
Yep, confirm. Charge button on.
Okay, yeah, confirm.
I think this game would have had a fun online mode. I think a fun online mode would have been a cooperative mode where one person controls driver 1 and the other person controls driver 2. But head-to-head, I don't know. How are the tyres holding up? Very well. Everything seems to have kind of just settled down again. Let's just let the tyres cool off a touch. We're trying to keep the pace strong.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yeah, confirm. Just concentrate on getting your tyre temps down.
Yeah.
So, After 5 laps, Oscar leads Max by 2.3 seconds. Then it's Norris, another 2.3 seconds back. Snowden and Leclerc, 4th and 5th. Hadjar in P6. Antonelli in the middle of a McLaren sandwich in 7th. It's Russell there in 8th. Lindblad is 9th. Gasly dropping back a little bit in 10th on those hard tyres, not able to keep pace. Then it's the 2 Toyotas of Drugovich and Lawson. Sainz having a little look at the inside line, but not able to make it stick in 13th. We've got Doohan, Mini, Bortoletto, Schumacher, Colapinto, Porsche, Bearman, Albon, and in his final Grand Prix, Fornaroli now 7 seconds off the back of the pack on those hard tyres after a lock-up and a spin.
Another behind with DRS.
Max's tyres now out of the slight overheating window. And now Norris's are as well. Let's keep an eye on the track temp. It's 31.4 degrees. We've got cloud cover. We are going to get some heat again soon. And then it'll be kind of temperamental everywhere else. This also plays into why we're starting on the mediums. Getting that extra grip and being able to push them harder for longer while the track is cooler. And then as it warms up a bit, switch to the more durable hard tyres.
Okay, mode push.
Okay.
Tsunoda's closing back in again.
And tyre phase update when you can.
Yeah, okay, race going up a little bit, but still not bad.
Let's save that spare fuel now.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Yeah.
Tsunoda having a look.
To increase
Norris
lift
keeping
and
him
coast.
covered off.
Yeah, confirm.
Second and third is a great position to be in, but not for Norris, unfortunately. He needs to be outscoring Oscar by 6 points now. Given that he's now 5 points behind going into this race, with Oscar having stuck it on pole. And of course, Oscar has multiple race wins. Norris has one, so they can't finish level on points. Otherwise, Oscar takes the position. Oh, yellow flag. Is that Fornaroli again? No, it's Russell.
Confirm.
A little lock up on turn
We
one.
should be able
Fornaroli's
to
now
take a look
10
here.
seconds off the pace.
It was George Russell involved. Things were all right here. The brakes couldn't cope. By that point, it was just too late.
Oh, look at Sainz seeing an opportunity. And Sainz gets ahead of Lawson, trying to put the pressure on Russell as well. We've got Doohan right there as well. inside. Sainz will complete the move though. There we go. Max's battery doesn't seem to be charging anywhere near as quickly as Norris's is.
Push, please. Mode push.
Yeah, okay.
Use the energy.
Yeah, confirm.
I wonder if that's because we had battle assist switched on for Norris. He's threatening. Tsunoda now under real pressure from teammate Charles Leclerc. Gasly just got ahead of Felipe Drugovich. And there goes Leclerc up the inside, gets the DRS as well. That should be a completed move into turn one. Drugovich and Gasly swapping places a lot there. They were side by side by the look of it. Had to cede the position.
Charge on.
Yep.
Leclerc's just left Tsunoda behind. I'm not at all surprised by that. Leclerc is the quicker of the two. Don't expect Yuki will be able to stay with him. And Hajar is putting Tsunoda under pressure right now. The softs are going to be starting to give already. So we might not be too far away from some pit stops. As Albon gets ahead of Porsche. Did a Sainz and dived up the inside at that turn there. That was his favourite overtaking spot this season. Or last season. When we were at COTA. Hajar's got through. Can Tsunoda fight him off? Not yet. And there we go. Hajar has the place. Antonelli will be next up. I think Tsunoda's tyres are probably struggling a little bit. Track temperature's going to start going up again, potentially. Let's see actually. Does it go up? We've got some cloud cover and a little bit of sun. Still at 31.4 degrees as it has been all the way through so far. We've got full on sunshine coming soon. Mini gets past Lawson. I wonder if Oscar's going to try and go for a one-stop here.
Go for it.
I hope not. Well, I say that. He does. He's going to have to work awfully hard to keep his tyres alive. I don't think he's going to be able to. I think he's pushed those hard, very hard indeed. There he is. Looking to finish the season in second place and sign off with yet another win. There is Fornaroli completely adrift. He's an entire sector behind the rest of the pack now. And it is very close. If we take a look here at Schumacher, look how close everything is here. We've got Lawson, Schumacher, Colapinto, Bortoletto, Albon, Pourchaire and Bearman all nose to tail. And Schumacher looking to move past Liam Lawson. Hasn't got the move completely done yet, but should be able to win out through the next couple of corners. And in the background, you can see Colapinto making the move on Bortoletto, and Tsunoda is the first one into the pits.
Okay.
Medium tyres going on. Lawson's in. I wonder if they're going to go soft, medium, medium. That would be something. Medium tyres for Lawson. Fornaroli goes through, so he's no longer at the back of the grid. Track temperature has not changed. It's still 31.4 degrees on this here, but I think that might just be broken because the tyre temps are going back up again. What we'll do is we'll go on to hard tyres for the next stint, and then depending on what the tyre wear rate is like, we might potentially go back to mediums for the final stint. Slowly edging up to the back of Norris.
Tyre phase update when you can.
Struggling more with rear.
Yeah, we're going to be boxing in the next few laps. We'll probably go 2 more laps. Box Norris and then box Max the lap after. who else is going to box. We're going to see more pit stops very, very soon. It's just a question of who's going to blink next. Schumacher is overtaken by Colapinto. Schumacher's tyres are going to be giving up any time soon. He's been stuck in dirty air a lot as well, so his tyres will have had extra heat go through them. He's still fighting. Let's go on the next lap for Norris.
And box now, box.
Confirm.
And there we go, Doohan's in. Schumacher staying out. Tsunoda gets past Ollie Bearman. He looks to try and move back up the order again, having stopped. Hard tyres going on for Jack Doohan. You know, I'm going to box Norris this lap, actually. Box Max on the next one.
And box now, box, pit confirm.
Okay, box this lap.
Box, 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 please confirm.
Yeah, box, box.
There you go, very easy overtake there for Tsunoda.
Yeah,
He has lost a bit of time in traffic. Bortoletto now getting past Schumacher, so would not be at all surprised to see Michael
Land pit lane.
nearly got away this weekend without doing that, without seeing Mick box at the end of this lap. I'm going to load up the other file on Monday, and I'll start calling Michael Mick again. Drogovic comes in.
Line on exit.
Colapinto's in. Oh, wow. Colapinto boxing ahead of Schumacher. Colapinto's on mediums. Porsche and Bearman both boxing.
Yeah, P10.
Soft tyres going on. I think this restop that we're seeing from... Oh, that's quick.
19 front 1.2.
Ramp P10, we're ahead of Gabriele Mini, behind Carlos Sainz, and comfortably ahead of Tsunoda.
And charge button on.
Max will be in at the end of this lap. Gap now 7.2 seconds. We've got a yellow flag. Is that Porsche? It is.
Yellow flag, yellow flag.
Okay.
Things look fine here. And round they go. And that won't do anything to help those
Straight
tyres.
out of the pits, straight into the runoff. Right, so here we go then for Max's stop.
Yeah, I'm in.
Charles Leclerc coming in as well.
So deploy.
Yeah.
1.813. We're held slightly for Leclerc coming in.
Yeah, confirm.
So it's very tight.
A whole bunch of cars coming in. Hajar, Lindblad, Mini. There goes George. Oh, just stay ahead, Sainz.
Currently P5. You've got Russell in front of you.
Tire deck is heavy here. It can be, yeah. It's very heavy on soft tyres. Very hard on the soft tyres. It's normally hotter here as well. The track temperature is normally hotter as well, and then the tyre deck combined with the thermal deck from a hot track generally is brutal on the tyres.
He has DRS.
And you are doing a good job on
Should
tires.
get this move
Like
done
this.
here.
Confirm.
And we do. Antonelli's in.
Thank you.
Doing a good job. In front we have Verstappen. Gap to him 1.7.
Soft
Okay,
tyres.
Russell is boxed for fresh tyres.
George coming in. That gets him out of the way. He's going softs as well. Interesting. Did not expect to see softs. Schumacher's taken his soft tyres quite a way. Look, did 17 laps on those tyres. Goes to a set of hards. That's a pretty good stop. Albon switched to a set of softs. Some interesting tyre calls going on here. Albon feeds out just behind Fornaroli and Bearman. Schumacher just ahead of Porsche. Leclerc's got through on sight, so we got a yellow flag.
Single yellow.
Yep,
Is that
okay.
contact? No, spin for Lawson.
Yeah, I f***ed up, sorry.
What do we do across the line? Sainz now boxes. Max sets the fastest lap.
Car on track last lap.
137.5 or 137.8 for Norris. We took over 2 seconds out of Piastri. Gasly, 141.3. We took almost 4 seconds out of him. Sainz goes to a set of hard tyres.
Charge button on.
Confirm.
It's another yellow flag.
So there was a crash.
Contact this time by the sound of it.
Look out for debris.
This will be on the run up to turn 1, I think. Oh no, at the end of the lap. Yeah, Schumacher. No, that's Antonelli, isn't it? No, it is Schumacher. Getting squeezed there.
As for the team back in the garage, that was a tough moment to watch.
There is Pierre Gasly. Antonelli gets past Sonoda. No penalties. Racing incidents at the end of the lap there, turn 19.
Charge on.
Okay.
Gasly staying out again. Another 139 for Oscar. His pace is still strong. Oh, there we go. 139.7. 139.9. 137.4 for Max, 138.5 for Norris. Yeah, Oscar's tyres are still holding on very well. I'm worried now about about his strategy. Albon sets the new fastest lap, 137.2. This corner Raleigh is in. Changes his front wing, goes to a set of soft tyres. Closing in on Gasly now. Both of the Fords staying out again. A lot of movement going on in these lower positions here. New fastest lap now for Antonelli, a 137.0, getting close to 136s. Antonelli and Leclerc still fighting over P5. Antonelli now into P5.
Mode push.
Let's see if we can get onto Gasly's DRS.
P3.
Have a look.
Car ahead is Gasly.
4/10 quicker than us in the opening sector there. We might be seeing the Fords starting to up their pace, ready to box.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right.
Right now we have an all-American top four. Well, in terms of teams, yeah. Ford versus Cadillac. Antonelli is storming onto the back of Norris. We might see a new fastest lap at the end of this race. Or at the end of this lap, sorry. And there we go, Gasly's into the pits, but I think we were able to trigger DRS. Yes, we were. Lovely stuff.
Charge on.
Okay.
Medium tyres going on for Gasly. Where is he going to feed out? As Bearman now has an issue. So we were 1 second, less than 1 second behind Gasly. Let's see how far behind he is on the exit of the pits. Ooh, very close there. Lindblad just about stays ahead of him. Only about 18 seconds. That can't be right, surely. Yeah, 18 seconds. So Oscar will still lead if he boxes at the end of this lap. Although he'll be under a lot of pressure very quickly. We're out of spare fuel now.
And we need some lift and coast.
Confirm.
There's a good chance that Norris... Oh, there we go. He's in. There's a good chance that Oscar, sorry, actually underfueled at the start of the Grand Prix, and we'll have to do some fuel saving. Let's get soft tyres. So this is a two-stop then. But his pace is going to be rapid now. But he's able to stay ahead. Oh, that's bad. I was really hoping that we would have undercut him quite significantly. Got ourselves a few seconds ahead. It's going to be tight in the braking zone. There's Max. Oh, he just sneaks through. I don't think he's going to stay there, though, unfortunately.
Okay, ramper mode push.
Yep.
You need to keep the cars behind you.
Sage advice as always from the wise and mercurial Mark Slade there. Ooh. How did we end up... Oh, no, the timing's... I'm looking at the wrong thing. There we go. I was going to say, how did we end up 5 seconds behind Antonelli?
Let's see what happened there. So let's follow the action going into turn 12. It's there for the taking.
Yeah, the Moth's gone back into hiding. I've
And the
no idea
Ferrari
where he is.
moves
Haven't
up.
seen him now for an hour. I'll probably end the stream and then it'll suddenly just in my face again.
Continue, keep going.
I'm trying, but I just can't.
Race is long
So I'm hoping that we can stay with Kimi
and more energy
and
available.
that Max fighting
Okay.
and hopefully holding off Oscar will slow those two down a little bit and bring everyone a bit closer together again. We might have to go to mediums. I don't think hards are going to be the right tyre hit.
We're happy with time management.
Yeah. Yeah, what am I doing wrong? I don't know.
This focuses on long race.
And now it's going to be almost impossible, I think, to get
behind
back on
3.5
terms with Oscar.
seconds.
With him on those softs.
So let's have mode push now, please.
I was just hoping we could stay ahead of him. Look at that, he's already out of the DRS.
You can save less.
Just might have squeezed back in there.
Okay.
We did just keep it, but I mean, staying with Oscar now is going to be almost impossible. So I don't think we're going to be able to overhaul him tonight. Not unless we get a really, really nicely timed safety car, or if he has some kind of issue develop. His car's just too strong for us. So it looks like Oscar will have to settle. Well, Oscar will claim second place in the standings. Norris will have to settle for third. Won't quite be a fairy tale ending to the season, but we've done the heavy lifting. with the drivers and constructors titles now wrapped up. I mean, we really kind of needed Norris to win this Grand Prix and Oscar to finish in third and not get the fastest lap. Well, actually, no, he could have got the fastest lap. That would mean he would finish 6 points.
What about tyres?
Behind in the at the end of the Grand Prix, which would make him 1 point behind overall. See, despite on full attack, 1:36.1, 1.2 seconds quicker than I saw. 1.1 seconds to change.
Reminder on your eyes.
Yeah, confirm.
And charge button on. Charge
We've
on.
given it all we've got, Captain.
Confirm.
Just cannot take it.
Charge on.
Okay.
Now, we've got the threat of Charles Leclerc looming as well.
Confirm.
The downside to having Antonelli in front of us as well is that it's going to be hurting us slightly in the corners because of the dirty air. And then that's going to continue. Morcelletto with an issue now.
Mate, my hydraulic is gone again, man.
When his tyres start to go off and he starts slowing down, he's still going to be hard to overtake. So that's going to hurt our pace as well. And we're now going to have to defend against Leclerc, and that's going to hurt our pace. So yeah, it's not looking good for Lando, is it? But we'll keep going. We'll keep trying right up to the last lap. And as I say, you never know. There could be a spin or a crash for Oscar. There could be a safety car that allows us to jump in and put fresh tyres on when he stays out and close the field up and give us an opportunity to jump him at the very end. There's all sorts of things that can happen. We still have just over half the Grand Prix to go. Close enough for a lunge. Hadjar's putting pressure on Tsunoda. With a few potential battles looming. Looks like Schumacher did sustain some damage in that little collision. Let's have to see if we can see what it is. Oh yeah, it's missing the end plate, look, on the right hand side of that front wing. Let's go back to the fight for fourth place. And this time, Leclerc is going to get the move done.
I just don't have enough pace.
Alright, let's concentrate. Car behind is Tsunoda.
Lawson into the pits for his second stop.
Confirm.
got the pace. You can do this.
Okay.
It is hard tyres. He could maybe go half the race on those tyres. But will he? Just dropped away again from Tsunoda. I wonder if Tsunoda's getting ready for his next stop. He stopped early, remember. Very close fight here, look. 4 cars very, very close together. Albon just keeping a little watching brief in the background. Colapinto keeping a watching brief behind his teammate.
DRS?
Yeah, confirm.
I think we'll probably box Max on lap 38. A lap before Norris. See if we can maybe take the fight to Oscar and see if we can at least finish with a win, even if it's with the wrong car. And we'll just do the best we can with Norris. There we go. Yuki is into the pits. So is this going to be hard tyres? It is.
Car in front of you is Verstappen. Remember, a long way to go in this race.
Sainz gets past Russell. Briefly. He's got the DRS as well, so maybe he'll be able to complete the move, but Russell's got the better exit. Now Sainz coming back into the braking zone, and there is Tsunoda feeding in behind Jack Doohan. And George is able to keep his foot in and keep the position. Doohan with an issue now.
I had a strange clipping.
Some engine issues developing there. Norris is back on Charles Leclerc.
There's progress to be made.
Not quite able to get on him though.
And charge button on, charge button on.
Confirm.
Tsunoda and Doohan doing battle here. Doohan keeping the door firmly shut. It's a yellow flag. Is that contact? I thought I heard some tyre squealing. Very faintly.
Single yellow.
It was a spin. I thought I heard tyres letting go.
Drivers involved. Oh no, that's not how to do it. In the end, just a helpless passenger.
Lapped by Oscar. Gasly down in P7. It's not worked out well for Gasly, has it, so far? Stuck behind Isaac
Gap to
Hadjar.
him, 0.9. Race is long.
Tsunoda finally gets through on Jack Doohan. Gets him back up to P10. Let's see if he can start kicking on. He should be going to the end now, Yuki Tsunoda. Here's Gasly lining up a run at Isaac Hadjar. Just gets his nose ahead. And that move should now be completely done and dusted. It is. Right, Max is now 7.5 seconds clear. He's pulling out, well, pulling out second on that last lap. And that lap as well. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, he's just too quick, isn't he? There's Fornaroli getting lapped by Leclerc and Norris. We said, what, lap 38 for Max, didn't we? So maybe we'll go lap 38 for Norris instead. His tyres are a little bit worse. Both Doohan and Colapinto coming into the pits. Ollie Bearman's car gets a little worse.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Oh, does it? Does it now? Crofty with his X-ray vision. Mercedes are out for Théo Pourchaire. And Colapinto is able to get ahead of Doohan. There's Pourchaire in the background. And there's Lawson. Lawson's going to get past Théo. Tsunoda gets past Drugovich. And with the DRS, he should be able to start pulling away now. Max has got a full battery, so we may as well burn it. Or at least burn some of it.
Okay for mode push.
Yeah.
Lap 33 of 56, so we still have 24 laps to go, including this one. George now into the pits. Surprised we've not had a VSC. Medium tyres going on for George, and a pretty good stop. He will feed out very close to Colapinto. Very close to Colapinto. Just holds on and gets out in front of him. Right, let's give it to Max. There's Max. And Antonelli's in. So is this mediums or hards he's going to stick on here? Hards, I think. Yeah, hard tyres. Oh, that looked very smooth and very quick. And a slightly delayed release, but the car looked near the way those tyres came on and off at the front was blisteringly quick. Lindblad's going to go through. There's Lindblad. Antonelli comfortably clear of Tsunoda. Albon and Mini both coming in, and Bearman as well. And Fornaroli. Fornaroli's already in the pits. He's a lap down. There he goes. Hard tyres and a delay for Bearman coming in. Good stop for Bearman. And there's Mini. Gets back out in front of Bearman. It's good to see that Mini will actually still be on the grid next season. Moving to Audi. Of all the rookie drivers we've had coming in and struggling to make an impact, he has not really been one of them. He's definitely been making a name for himself, not always in a good way this year, but he's had some races where he's been very quick. He was one of the surprise packages at the start of this season when Minardi had a pretty decent-ish kind of car. He would get some really good positions, but he was also wildly erratic with his ability to keep the car on the track. He has destroyed so many cars this year through spinning in practice or crashing in qualifying or hitting another car and having to retire. Not had that many actual DNFs in Grand Prix, but he's certainly not had the greatest season in terms of keeping his nose clean. But performed pretty well, I think, for a rookie. Fornaroli's been unlucky. He's been less erratic a driver. He's not been as quick. He's actually had more DNFs than Mini in terms of Grand Prix, but I don't think he's done as much damage to the team's finances. He will not be on the grid next season, being replaced by Logan Sargent. In fact, no, being replaced by Freddie Vesti, because Logan Sargent is coming into the team to replace Mini, who's moving to, as I said, to Audi. Right, Hadjar has caught the back of Gasly again. And there's Kimi after his pit stop. So that gives you an indication of how far behind Gasly is at the moment. Is that Antonelli's coming up to catch back up to him before he even stops.
It will be soon.
Yeah,
that really long run worked for Oscar because he had the pace to back it up, but Gasly, who was out of position, could not make it work, and that's potentially killed his podium chance. Although, having said that, he's only 5 seconds behind Norris, 10 seconds almost behind Leclerc.
Box.
Yeah, confirm.
Ooh, yellow flag. It's a safety car. Oh, that makes things a little interesting. Leclerc is in. What has happened? Lawson and Albon have had it coming together.
Safety car deployed. Charge.
What has happened here? Oh, it's a lockup, isn't it? Yeah. Straight into the back.
Oh. And you can just feel the frustration from the team watching on the monitors.
Scruffy. Very scruffy. Everyone's diving into the pits. Medium tyres for Leclerc. Gasly's in. It's going to work out very nicely for Gasly. He's going to go with hard tyres. Hadjar's gone hard tyres. No, he's on hard tyres. He's about to stop now. Mediums. Lindblad's going mediums. Drugovic and Sainz coming in.
A crash in the main straight on the left. Crash in the main straight.
Ooh, soft tyres going off the sides.
Be careful there.
And for Drugovic. Looks like he's just going to stay ahead of Sainz there. Just yet. What about Schumacher? Mediums to Schumacher. Bortoletto is going to mediums. Albon's got a penalty, which will be carried over to next season. So whatever the opening Grand Prix for that season will be, he'll have a 3-place penalty in qualifying. And this is going to be a long safety car because we've got Fornaroli a lap down. So we'll have to let the whole field bunch back up. Let's see what tyres he's putting on here.
20 laps to go at the end of this one.
Mediums. I wanted to see whether or not we could maybe tweak our strategy. We'll go with the mediums. Good stop. Annoyingly. Right. Here we go. Medium tyres going on. Excellent stop. 1.822. Norris coming in. I wonder if Antonelli's going to stop. He's not been on those tyres long, so he might stay out. He is doing a perfect stop for Norris. But he is going to slot out behind Leclerc, I think. There goes Antonelli.
2 at the moment.
There goes Leclerc.
Yeah, street.
Yeah, Leclerc's through. So P5 for Lando.
$19 laps to go. We need to do the full management on this
Too much spare fuel.
Yeah, okay.
Be careful with the tires.
Copy.
And while the field is forming up, we will take a quick commercial break.
Yep. Yeah, go.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Okay.
The safety car needs to go a little bit quicker, it's going so slow.
Copy that. Keep working on these tires, please.
We missed by seconds. We could have hit it free. No, we couldn't. Because the safety car, Oscar had already gone through. So everyone's pace would have been as it was. We wouldn't have gained anything. You know, had the safety car not, you know, already come out, then yes, we would have lost out big time. But because Oscar had gone through and the lap had only just started, there was a whole lap of everyone at safety car pace, you know, the same pace before everyone would come round and then box and then start forming up behind the safety car. So, yeah, we didn't miss out on anything. It was a little unfortunate. If the safety car had come out and as Oscar was coming past the pit lane entry, then yeah, that would have been fantastic, because Oscar would then have been caught behind the safety car. We could have dived in, changed tyres. Oscar would have had to do a whole lap very slow. Everyone would have formed up behind him, and then if he boxed, he would have dropped towards the back of the grid. Well, unfortunately, he was already clear of the exit of the pit lane.
Good.
Confirm.
That's why we just had full course yellow pace rather than safety car pace for that first lap of the yellows. Right, whole field has formed up, so now we're waiting for the notification for Fornaroli, who I think is now 2 laps down. No, just the 1 lap. For Fornaroli to unlap himself. And then once he does that, we should go racing at the end of the next lap. Oh, I see what you mean, Arctic. Okay. I think I'm going to end the poll. It looks as though we are not going to win the war against the Moth. I haven't seen it since I posted the poll. So I haven't seen him for 2 hours. God knows where he's gone. He's hiding somewhere. So he's going to jump out on me, jump scare me as I go to the toilet or something like that. There we go. Lap cars may now overtake, and it's starting right at the beginning of this lap. So we may actually, if Fornaroli gets through quickly, we may actually go racing at the end of this lap. But where is Fornaroli? Is he at the very back of the train? He is. So, yeah, I think it might well be the lap after this that we go racing. Maybe. It's just going to take him a while to get through. Sometimes the AI can be very brutal in its decision on when to restart. You can spend most of the lap trying to get through. You get through before the end of the second sector, and then the safety car goes, right, we're coming in, and the car that unlapped itself goes, really? And then gets lapped within a few laps of the restart. This might make things interesting as well. With us driving in clean air, there's an extra obstacle for him to try and weave his way through. So we're going to have another lap. Safety car being at the end of the next lap. Oh, no, it's not.
Safety car in this lap.
Oh, dear. He's even going to be able to
Maybe
unlap
start
himself now.
next
He is.
lap.
Just.
Yep, confirm.
Gets past the safety car. He gets to go off at speed. Oh, safety car was brutal there. Right, how many laps have we got left? We've got 16 laps when we cross the line. Can we get Max through at the start here?
Okay, leader is dropping back from the safety car. Let's get after these cars in front.
No, we can't. Oh, someone locked up. No, Norris.
Continue, keep going.
Ah, that's him down to the back of the grid and destroyed his tyres.
Continue like this.
Look at that, he's just lost 11% of his
And we
tyres.
need to take care of these tyres.
Confirm.
11% and 11 positions.
Now we're approaching turn
Oh,
2. Can they squeeze by?
God damn it. So, Oscar's going to defeat me as well as the Moth. Maybe Oscar is the Moth.
Piastri is now the next car.
He's already 1.5 seconds clear as well. Look, he's just gone.
Just do your best.
Ah, that sucks. That absolutely sucks. Ah, now, this is going back to the early question about mentality. And there you can see that little indicator there. That's our starting position of where our confidence should be. Now, because we've just had a massive lockup and we've dropped all the way down there, our driver stats are being negatively impacted. Now, without the mod that we're running, we would be looking at huge negative numbers here. And so our pace stats, because these are all the main key stats, accuracy, braking, cornering are very important for pace, and then overtaking, defending, obviously for racing. They would all be much lower than they are right now. They would be down maybe 5, 6, 7 points, something like that. Probably about 5 or 6 points. And then just getting back to here would get us back to where we started, so +2s and +1s, but without the mod they would be higher than that. Somewhere around here we'd be looking at 0s, so just baseline stats. So this is why getting your driver preparation level up to 100% is important, because it means that while it's a way to go and the impact of the mistake is lessened because of the mod we're running, as well as it being lessened if we were above where we started. When our confidence gradually recovers as the race carries on, it will recover up to here and higher baseline stats than if it was, say, here, where we wouldn't have any boosts to our stats at all. And then to start getting those boosts, we would have to do a lot of overtaking, whereas here we start with a small boost and not many overtakes to get to maximum race confidence. Let's see if we can get the overtake done and how much of a jump it goes up by. Move isn't done yet. We've got a slight nudge for doing a personal best middle sector. Now we'll get the overtake done. And a big jump in confidence. And immediately that has improved our stat situation. We're now at -1s, and that's now down to neutral.
DRS enable.
Oscar's 2 seconds clear. 134.7. Oh my god. Right, let's see if we can get Norris into the points in the remaining 15 laps. This is going to be a challenge.
You're doing a good job on tires.
Are we?
Yeah, okay.
Are we really? Doing a good job on tyres? Look at that drop there from 1 lap. From the lock up to the next lap.
Gap to him, 0.9.
Take care of the tires. Okay.
And you can use all the boost back.
Now we're losing out against not having the slipstream, but we might get him in the braking zone. And there we go. Norris is now back to medium confidence from just recovery, and then a big jump there, and our stats now are back to base level. Now we're back to P14.
Charge on.
Okay.
Charge button on.
Proper Jack.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
As far as we can tell, he's driving in a car. Oh, safety car. Is that what? He's going. Oh no, that's just lapping Fornaroli.
We've got a yellow flag.
Spin. I said safety car. I meant yellow flag.
Here. Look at the Mercedes. Whoa, and there it goes. Oh, dearie me, you don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, that would be a perfect situation for a driver to get beached in the gravel.
Okay.
Use the energy.
Confirm.
There we go. Move is done. Comfortably done. We're up to P13. Antonelli closing in on the back of Max. Leclerc right there as well. It's going to be a fight just to stay on the podium tonight with Verstappen.
Next car in front will be Russell. Gap to him, 1.7.
Yeah, confirm.
Charge button on.
Yeah.
There's Kimi, Leclerc and Verstappen. Here he comes. And he's going to get that position from us.
And we need to increase pushing status.
Oh, I didn't have battle assist. I thought I had it on. Oh, damn it.
Charge on.
Okay.
car behind Leclerc. Leclerc 0.9. No worries, mate. Okay, charge on.
Yeah.
Tsunoda and Hadjar going to war. Tsunoda nips on through. There's Gasly and Lindblad as well in close succession. Doing a mini fighting over P15. Antonelli getting his elbows out. Yep, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, it's such a shame that the Ferrari was such a bad car at the start of the year.
He does have DRS.
It's finally a good car, but it took most of the season to get it up to this point on where he could have a really good, consistent car. What could the championship have been like if
Leclerc 0.5 behind.
if Ferrari had been up there with us and with Ford? Honda have had some good moments. They haven't been quite as consistent. Williams have got a good car at the well. I think it's a good car. One of them's out, and the other one's in 11th in the final points position. But Williams have had a good car recently as well. Again, shame they haven't been quite as consistent throughout the season.
DRS.
One of these days, I might just try and do an equal performance championship. Where everyone starts with identical cars, and then it's up to how the teams develop their cars. Doohan's into the pits, which I'm a little surprised at. Set of soft tyres, so we'll have some good pace here at the end.
Do your best.
Right, Max has got battery to burn, so burn, baby, burn.
Okay.
There is Norris, still not really closing in. We'll give him some battery as well.
So deployed.
Confirm.
Kind of would like another safety car any moment now, just to
1.4.
give us a chance to stick some fresh tyres onto Norris.
Just take care of
And
the
really
tires for the
attack
moment.
those points positions again. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Is it a safety car? No, it was just a very brief, little wide moment for Felipe Drugovich.
Now with the Haas. Oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted.
Yeah,
well,
just
hopefully
bouncing
not
over
a
the
sign
exit
of things to
of
come.
the outside curbs there. All right, we've caught back with Russell. We'll get some DRS.
.0 now.
Max has caught the back of Antonelli.
Charge button on.
Confirm.
Oh, he did briefly and then lost the DRS again. Might still maybe have a run into the braking zone. I think we're a little too far back for a lunge. We are.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Tsunoda and Hadjar still fighting over P5. Looks like Tsunoda's going to win that fight. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Hadjar has the inside line. Let's have a look. Yeah, Hadjar got the move done, and now Gasly is all over the back of Tsunoda.
Continue like this.
He's going to have a look in the final turn. And he gets him. Tsunoda's got the DRS as well, and he had the slipstream, more importantly, to the back of Hadjar, so he's able to retake the position. Right. We need to try and get through on this lap here.
Charge on.
Okay.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Sell it for Bearman yet?
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
No, just another issue. Max not able to get on terms once again. Hadjar and Tsunoda still fight. No, Tsunoda and Gasly fighting. Damn it.
Okay.
Needed the tyres in a more aggressive push level.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Cool.
We just about recovered the tyre loss.
And try to increase pushing status.
Let's have another crack into turn one.
Use DRS.
Confirm.
Problems with Gasly.
Just let me know if everything is okay with the engine.
Come on, Norris. His confidence has recovered.
Continue, keep going.
Go mode push.
Yeah.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Yeah, confirm.
Ah, damn. Can't find a way through.
Confirm.
With either car here. Max struggling
Charge
to
button
get past
on.
Antonelli.
Yeah, confirm.
We need to reduce K1 usage.
Okay.
There's just no way through, look.
Cool your tyres.
Yeah.
Okay, remember mode push.
Something right in my eye line on my glass. What is that? Give them a proper clean later, get the spray out. Alright, this time, come on, Lando.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Confirm. Confirm.
Come on, stick it in there. There you go. Now hold it, hold it, hold it. Ah, god damn it.
Yeah,
Oh, Norris, you
not easy to
broccoli head tosspot. God damn it.
And we need to take care of these tires.
Shocking. Shocking.
Yeah, confirm.
6 laps to go.
Okay.
Use the energy.
Confirm.
Don't
Confirm.
chicken out. There we go. God, I had to work really hard just to get into 12th place there. Way harder than I should have had to.
And charge button on.
Yeah, good.
Let's celebrate that moment with a replay.
Mega.
There's progress to be made. You can
I
say
want
less.
to try and get back onto second place here over Antonelli, if at all possible. Norris should now hopefully be able to get past Sainz and maybe even Drogovic as well. I'm hoping those soft tyres are going to start to struggle in the last couple of laps. Russell hasn't gone away, he's still there.
Next car in front is Sainz. So we'll be 1 second behind Sainz.
Pick the pace back up. 5 laps to go.
Come on, we can at least get a point. Let's not have that disappointment of getting to... Oh, there we go. Bearman's car has died. His engine's let go. And let's hear Crofty go, no, no.
One car stop outside of the track.
Ah, we actually missed that replay, thankfully. There we go.
Game over.
Game over indeed. Back to Lando.
Yeah, all good.
Oh, go on, Norris, get them both, get them both. Go on, stick it in. Yes, yes, yes. 10th place. Woo!
So this is what happened. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. There's the opening.
Good lad.
And that's 10th place and up into the points.
Four laps to go.
Colapinto next, and we should hopefully be able to get him as well. Russell, what's happened? Oh, Drogovic has had a mistake. It looks like he's had a spin. He's either had a spin or he got pushed off the track. He's into the pits. Ah, he's punctured.
49.
It's all happening in these closing laps, isn't it? Dramatic finish to what's been a, at times a very dramatic season.
Charge button on.
It only feels right that we have all sorts of chaos happening at the very end of the series. New set of soft tyres on. That's a good stop as well for Felipe.
Mode push.
Time to really start attacking Antonelli. Still 2 seconds ahead of us. Focusing more on Norris than I was expecting to, with a lot more points on offer than I was expecting. Tsunoda and Lindblad scrapping away in front of us.
Race is long.
3 laps remaining.
You've got 3 laps to go.
Yeah.
So deployed.
Max
You
is
can
close. Come on, Max. Antonelli's too quick in that at the end of the first sector. He's too quick through those sweepers.
Just do your best. Charge on.
Yep.
Charge on.
Up the inside in the braking zone. And that is P9. Good job, Norris.
Charge button on.
Right.
So there's 2 laps to go at the end of this one.
Okay.
Can we get him?
This focus is a long race. Let's have mode push.
Yeah, okay.
At least we will stay in DRS range this time. This might be an opportunity.
Cool the car as much as you can. Very happy with your tyre use.
Yes. Can I break him before I run out of battery? Probably not. But you never know. Oh, Norris is in with a chance of getting Lindblad.
Charge on.
You should be low to charge. Starting the last time lap.
Yeah.
DRS. Continue like this.
Juggle 2 separate drivers at the same time, and we have broken Antonelli. Gasly's car getting worse.
Split throttle, but so far.
Squeezed up the inside there and got a really monster launch. That would have been amazing.
Right, let's concentrate.
Confirm.
Come on, get him. Come on. Stay in. No. Oscar wins.
Piastri has done it. He's got the win. And the winner today, it's Oscar Piastri.
After that performance, there's no doubt that they deserve their spot at the top of the podium.
Well done, Oscar. Go on, Lando, throw it in there. Oh! Yes!
Just a reminder on the
Yeah, confirm.
Oh, we're not worthy.
We are P8.
What an overtake.
Good job.
Final corner of the final lap of the final race of the
pace
final
at the end.
season.
Awesome job, everyone.
Into the pit
What a
lane.
mega overtake that was. I didn't think we were going to pull that one off. Whew. Timing hadn't caught up, then we actually finished a tenth or two ahead, I think, in the end. But yeah, P8 in the end for Norris. Not a bad recovery after that big lockup where we lost 11 places and dropped down to, what, 15th on the restart. Oscar takes the win, but Max has made it 6 times world champion this year. And we've got our first Constructors' Championship. And there is the Constructors'
Lando Norris,
Championship
currently on our
achievement.
screens, heads back to his team.
That marked an 8th place finish, which gives them a handful of points.
Well, Max Verstappen can add yet another podium to his already impressive record.
No stranger to the podium at all, that's for certain. This is the kind of consistency every driver wants to have.
Another podium for Kimi as well, look. Oh,
No,
what
ladies
his
and
season
gentlemen,
could have been.
your podium for the United States Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
They'll certainly be pleased to have made the podium. A job well done for sure.
And with that, our time in Texas now draws to a close.
And that's it for this season of Formula One. The teams will be working hard at the break, gearing up for another year of thrilling F1 action.
So, confirmation of the final result then. It is Oscar taking the win and the fastest lap and pole position. So, Oscar finishes the season in second place with a Grand Slam as well. Max takes second in the race. Antonelli up 5 places to finish on the podium as well. Then it was Leclerc from Hadjar, Gasly, Tsunoda, Norris down in 8th place. Lindblad 9th, Colapinto in 10th, up 9 places. Good final result for Williams there. Especially with one of their cars having retired. George finishing in the final points position in 11th place, beating out Carlos Sainz. Schumacher in... lost him, where's he gone? There he is. Schumacher in 13th place. Then it was Mini 14th, 15th for Doohan, 16th for Bortoletto, 17th for Teo, 18th for Felipe Drugovich, 19th and last for Fornaroli, who was a lap down in his final Grand Prix. 3 retirements. Bearman's engine just giving up and saying, I've had enough, I'm going home. And Lawson and Albon having a coming together. Albon locking up, taking the pair of them out. He will have a 3-place penalty going into the start of next season as a result of that. In the driver standings then, Max champion, 321 points. Oscar finished 22 points further back in second, but 19 points ahead of Norris in the end. Cement second place, Norris in third. 9 wins this year for Oscar, 1 sprint win, 15 podiums, just 1 DNF. but 3 sprint wins and 16 podiums is what enabled Max to take the championship with 2 wins less. Also 8 pole positions and 6 fastest laps. That's 14 points right there. Oscar, 5 pole positions and 1 fastest lap. He only got 6 bonus points this year. So a big chunk of points in bonuses for Max over Oscar. Norris also taking some of those bonus points away from Oscar with 2 poles, 4 fastest laps, 6 bonus points, 2 sprint wins, 14 podiums, and 1 race win. Not a bad year for Norris, but very much in Max's shadow all season. George finishes 4th overall with 170 points, 3 wins, 7 podiums, 2 poles, 2 fastest laps. Leclerc, 3 wins, 4 podiums, 3 poles, 3 fastest laps, and a sprint win. Antonelli, 6th, just the 1 win. 6 podiums, most of those coming towards the end of the season. 1 sprint win, 1 pole, 2 fastest laps, 3 DNFs. Yeah, that Ferrari, really not a good car at the start of the year, but certainly got better as the season went on. Albon finishes in 7th place, no points today with his retirement, 105 points for him. 3 podiums for him, 2 fastest laps as well. Gasly only made the podium once all season. Very much a disappointment in that second Ford. Expected more from him. Lindblad, not really the standout season I thought he might have. Was very, very strong last year. The HiTech was coming on very nicely, and then I was expecting that team to really push on this year, and they kind of went backwards, unfortunately. The partnership of Lindblad and Bearman just not panning out for either driver, and the team just not able to give them a good enough car this year. Hadjar finishes in 10th in the end, then Tsunoda in 11th. Colapinto down into 12th place at the final day of the season on 64 points, 1 behind Tsunoda, but 2 ahead of Carlos Sainz, who's down to 13th. Pourchaire just 5 points behind his more experienced teammate in the end there. Then it was Bearman with 40 points in 15th. 16th for Doohan, 33 points for him. Schumacher, 31 points. Lawson with 23. Drogovic with 19. 18 for Bortoletto. 17 for Mini. Most of those points coming in the early part of the season. And Fornaroli, just those 4 points. In the constructors' standings, 601 points for Cadillac. We ended up 216 points clear of Ford at the end of the season there. McLaren have to settle for 3rd. They couldn't catch Ford, but they do hold off a potential challenge from Honda. Ferrari not able to get on terms with anyone either, but they do hold off Williams. And HiTech overtake Mercedes by a point at the death. So Mercedes will finish the season in 8th place. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Then it's 51 points for Audi, 42 points for TGR, and 21 points for Minardi. So, final standings then for the pit stops. Ford with the 2 quickest stops. Once again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars with perfect stops. And then another car just 2 thousandths behind. So both Fords and both Mercedes taking the top 4 spots. We end up in 5th with a perfect stop. Then it was HiTech, us in 7th, 8th for TGR, and 9th and 10th for Williams. Let's see who won this competition outright. It was Mercedes by just 4 points. Ford putting on a challenge at the end, but couldn't quite make the difference. Mercedes pulling out some quick stops when they absolutely needed it to hold on and take the title there. Williams finished 3rd with 370 points. We were never going to be able to get out of 4th place today. 318 for us. At least we finished with some decent points. Ferrari stay in 5th place ahead of McLaren. Then it was TGR from HiTech, Honda from Audi, and Minardi at the bottom. Both drivers achieved their targets. 2.78 mil added to the bank balance. We'll head back to HQ, close out the season, and take a look at some stats. All right. Switch to the display in preparation. So, the memorabilia room refurb is done. DHL competition prize money. We got 8.1 mil for fourth. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Will Courtney's always says low. It doesn't matter whether you win the competition by a mile or not. It always is low. Board has high confidence. That's not changed. That's good. We've got 3 weeks until our end of season review. We've got no slots left to do any last research. All 4 slots currently being used. We've got 14.5 mil, which will just about pay for the cost of next year's car. Let's see if any facilities need any work going into the season. We've got the refurb on the factory a month away from being complete. That'll be ready for next year. Design center at 95%, Winton on 93, 97 on the CFD, 97 there, 99 there. So everything here is glorious in terms of prep for next season. 93, 87, excellent. They're both in excellent shape. 95, 88, 89, 80, 93, and 100. The helipad will need a refurb before the first race of the season, but we'll be fine now for a while. So all the facilities are good. Let's take a quick check with the boards. They are happy with Aston. You know, it's weird that they're happy with second place, but not delighted with second place. There you go. That's just an indicator of how good a job we've been doing for Cadillac in these last couple of years. Into the inbox then. Max Verstappen victorious. Lando came third, Oscar second, but the Formula 1 2031 World Drivers' Champion, and for the 6th time, is Max Verstappen with 321 points. Cadillac winning their first ever constructors standings, beating out Ford and McLaren. There is a look at the top 3 and 4th as well. The F2 Championship goes to Ugo by a very comfortable margin. Invicta, the team he's been racing for, also finishing top in first by a very, very healthy margin, nearly 300 points. In the F3 or the F2 final race, no podium for Ugo. He finished 5th in the main race. And where did he finish in the sprint? 5th in the sprint as well. Okay. Not bad at all. Back to the inbox. There's confirmation the refurb complete there. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Moving time forwards. There really isn't anything else for us to do, is there, until the research is done. There we go. Complete. And complete. 2 more projects to finish off. Christian telling us that we were just a little bit lucky. Yeah, we blew you out the water. He's still unhappy about car performance. End of season sponsor review. We achieved the targets. Another 5.25 mil from income on basic fulfillment or engagement. Another. I'm getting confused with our other playthrough on the 2013 series. I thought we had a lot more coming there than that little guided tour. I thought we had 2 things going. So there you can see Vala, whoever Vala are in that. I think that might be Coke. I can't remember who it was we took as the main sponsor. They were satisfied. My team marketability is now maxed out at 1,000 out of 1,000. That's fantastic. The research on the underfloor is done. Let's go full shuffle on the calendar. Max wins the championship. Norris finishes in 3rd. Cadillac win their championship. Team rating now over 4 stars. Little bit there, you can just make out. We completed the season objective, which was to finish second in the Constructors. We finished first. The long-term objective to win the Constructors, we had 4 years on that, and we did it in the first go. And there you can see my team principal rating stays maxed at 1,000. Constructors rating goes up to 755. The driver ratings up to 199. The heritage goes up to 14. And the team rating goes up to 959 overall. We might be the most demanding team for management requirements next season. Happy to finish with a 4.127852 rating. We get an extra 1.5 mil from the board for high confidence. And there we go, 16.5 mil, but that's missing the 5 mil that we got. Well, we'll call it 5.5. It was 5.25, I think, plus the 330 or so. We will add that in because that money should be there, but it won't be. And then this file will be available. I will see if I can just upload it to Overtake, so anyone who wants to continue it can do. I don't know if I can actually just upload a save file onto Overtake. If not, message me. I am on Discord as a user. I don't have a server, but message me on Discord and I can send you the file that way. Trying to find, what am I looking for? Let's go here. Yeah. Bear with me a second, I'm just trying to... There we go. So there's me. So you can find me on Discord. You can send me a request, and I will make this save file available to anybody who wants it, so they can try and carry this series on their own. In the background, no streaming it. Please, just in case we do come back to this, but if you want to play it on offline, you're more than welcome to. See if you can destroy my team or take it to even further heights. So we need to mod in some money. Let's create a save. So we want that saved there. Overwrite. Confirm. Let's move over here. I think it's save 19. Yes, it is. Okay, so we need to go to teams. We need to go find Cadillac. There we go. And we need to add in an extra 5.5 mil. So that's going to take that to, let's just call that 22 mil. There we go. And save. And create a save. There we go. Shrink that down. Open up my save games shortcut folder. Let's go to downloads. Let's grab that and drag that in there. And over the top. Replace. And load. And there we go. We've got our 22 mil balance for going into the next season. So let's have a look at the driver updates. We saw all those getting dropped earlier. The drivers themselves actually improve? Nope, they don't. Regulation changes for next season. So every part is going to have some kind of, well, most parts, not every part, I think. Chassis, front wing, rear wing, side pods, and underfloor, and suspension. So every part's having a little bit of a loss. Airflow down by 10%. Cooling down by 30%. These are the changes to the wind tunnel regs for next season. So just 40 wind tunnel hours for us next season, given that we won the championship. Big hours for the teams that finished at the bottom. Same for the CFD sim, a big reduction down to just 30 MAU hours in the CFD. And let's just have a quick gander at the requirements. So, switching teams. So there you can see we are the top rated team. Ford, let's see what Ford, they're at 898. Oh, so they are actually slightly better than us in terms of expected rating. So unless you had like an 898 or higher manager rating, you would not be able to sign for Ford. Then McLaren, just 564. There's Hadjar. I'm trying to remember who he's partnered up with. I think it's Bortoletto, isn't it? Yeah, there's Bortoletto. Honda with George Russell. And Charles Leclerc. Ferrari with Kimi Antonelli. And Mick Schumacher, unchanged lineup. It's unchanged for Ford as well. It's Gasly and Oscar. Williams, also unchanged. We've got Alex Albon. And Franco Colapinto will return for another season. There he is. HiTech will also remain unchanged. Ollie Bearman and Arvid Lindblad. Carlos Sainz and Théo Pourchaire will remain at Mercedes for another season. Jack Doohan and Felipe Drugovich. No, Gabriele Mini at Audi. And there is Mini in his new Audi helmet. It's Lawson and Drugovich at Toyota. There we go. And then Logan Sargent returning to the grid for next season. Expected rating 0. They really don't have any hopes at all, do they? And Gabriele Mini's moved on. So Spornaroli, that is Freddie Vesti. 300 points to join Toyota. 247 for Audi. 548, 384, 486, 548, 566, 564. So there's a few teams that are quite close, and then just we have no expectations whatsoever at Minardi. I'm going to join Minardi just to have a quick look at their situation for next season. New season objective is to finish 9th. Long-term objective has 2 more seasons to go, 2032, 2033. And that's just to try and get points in 12 Grand Prix. What's their starting balance? Oh, minus 14.5 mil. Oh, that's bad. Technical regs, how did they do? They looked okay. With some there, they're going to lose a lot in engine cooling, but you know, they covered off the airflow quite nicely. They didn't do anything at all on the front wing. Ouch, that front wing's going to be awful. Rear wing, they put some effort into the rear wing. They actually beat off the changes there on the airflow and then made some gains everywhere else. Side pods. Oh, they put a lot of time into the side pods. Yeah, covered half the loss on the airflow. Almost covered off the... sorry, I need cooling. Almost covered off the middle airflow and beat the front airflow. A little bit of drag reduction as well. Underfloor, they did nothing to the underfloor, but... yeah. And suspension, they put a lot of time in the suspension as well. So, again, covering off as much of the tyre wear loss as they can. Gaining some downforce, covering off and improving on the airflow, and also a bit of drag reduction there. Financial regs sees them earning... where did they finish? They finished 11th, didn't they? Why isn't it showing me 10th? That's a bit weird. Sporting regs, no changes in points. But they are going to get a massive amount of MAU hours and a massive amount of wind tunnel hours. So this team will have a chance to really kick on. Powertrain manufacturers, they're still with Ferrari. We'll keep them with Ferrari. So, upfront cost, blah, 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 with prize money, etc. 12.4 is the starting balance. Oh, there we go. There's the lineup. How bad's the facilities? Pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. We shouldn't see anything really bad, actually, because of the option that we ticked to make sure that facilities don't get ignored. So, everything's functional. They've got a level 3 suspension sim. Haven't built a helipad, and the hospitality is right on the needs a rebuild. Okay. Let's take a look at the calendar. This may well not stay like this. This may well randomly generate again. So, plus you can always just change it yourself in the editor. I mean, if you want this, you'll have to be playing on PC, and if you're playing on PC, you can just go and set the calendar however you want in the editor anyway. So it starts at Canada, Imola, Suzuka, Hungary, Austin, China. God, it's bouncing all over the place again, isn't it? China will be a sprint. Barcelona, then Brazil, then Monza, Silverstone, Vegas, Bahrain, and a second sprint. Abu Dhabi, Singapore, Qatar, Monaco, Austria. Where are all the sprints? There's one. Spa, Miami, Melbourne and a sprint, Zandvoort and a sprint, Baku and a sprint, Mexico, Jeddah to finish the season. That's an interesting calendar. 3 back-to-back sprints. Ooh, okay. Let's take a look at the staffing situation for Minardi. So let's see, they've got Gaten Diego. What's his rating at? 50 years old now, 88 overall. Stats aren't too bad. And he's already got a previous relationship with Logan Sargent. So that helps Logan out a bit. Logan is 77 overall. God, yeah. Ernesto Desiderio. He's got some pretty good stats. But no prior relationship, as you would expect. Staff-wise, David Sanchez. That's a pretty good pick for car development. Diego Tondi for Aero, also a pretty good pick. Yaletha Pollard, a new gen. Not a bad sporting director. What's her stats looking like? Processes is not great. And training's terrible. But aptitude's a nice high stat, so they'll have a cap of 94 on their skills. Leadership's not too bad either. Let's take a look at the affiliates. They've got Reinhard Arnold, 58. Lily Reynolds, 55. And Stacey Crossland, who looks suspiciously like Dorian Pin. Interesting. Very interesting. So, that is a quick sneak peek at one of the teams for next season. Let's bring up the editor. And let's go to records. So, let's close that down because it's blocking some of the screen. Let's have a look then. So, the team with the most wins at the end of the season was Ford, all of them coming from Oscar. We finished with 8 wins, 7 for Max, 1 for Norris. Aston picked up 3, and McLaren picked up 3. And Ferrari got a win, thanks to Kimi Antonelli. Let's take a look at pole positions. Max had the most pole positions with 8. Norris got 2, 5 for Oscar, 2 for George, 1 for Hadjar, 3 for Charles Leclerc, 1 for Antonelli, 1 for Lindblad, and 1 for Jack Doohan. Who got the most podiums? Max had 16 podiums. Norris had 14. Oscar in between with 15 podiums. 1 podium for Gasly. 7 podiums for George. 6 for Kimi. 4 for Leclerc. 2 for Tsunoda. 3 and 2 for the 2 Williams drivers. And Sainz getting a couple of podiums as well. Only 7 teams getting onto the podium. And let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11 drivers out of 22 getting on the podium. That's not a bad return, 50% of the drivers. Let's take a look at... that doesn't show me fastest laps, does it? That's a bit of a shame. So, in terms of champions, there you can see it's Max. Let's go all time if we can. Oh no, it's by year, isn't it? I thought we could go all time. I could sworn, unless that's been removed in an update. It might have been removed in an update. Oh no, it's records, isn't it? It's in records, so... Yeah, we used to have an all-time, remember? I wonder if that's been taken out. Because we used to have a history of who won the championships as well. And that now only goes back to 2024. And 2025, they're not there. 2026... wait, hang on. And now we've got the all-time. There we go. So, there we go. Max now up to 3rd place with 6 championships. Moves above Fangio, who had 5. It's only showing 5 for Max because it's not counting the 2024 season, because we simmed to the end of 2024 and then or we skipped 2024 entirely and then simmed to the end of 25 to start this file. So Max, obviously 2024 world champion, that should be 6. So he's ahead of Fangio and Vettel now, and Prost, and just behind Schumacher and Hamilton, who has 7 apiece. Up to third in total number of race wins now with 79 race wins, but again, that's not counting the 2024 season, so or the 25 season, so should actually be higher. But then, having said that, that would be the same for Hamilton as well. None of the drivers' stats here will contain the 24 or 25 season stats, so not 100% accurate, apart from obviously the historicals. How many races is Max up to now? 313 recorded races, one behind Sainz, closing in on Barrichello and Perez, who has retired. Nobody's close to Lewis though at the moment. 419. Max now showing 55 recorded podiums, just 2 behind Vettel in the standings, and comfortably ahead of Charles Leclerc, who's now up to 6th above Prost. Let's take a look at the season in review by going to standings. There we go. We can have a look at positions. So this is what killed Oscar's championship, was these early bad results. Started the first 2 rounds well, 3rd in Japan, winning Italy and finishing 5th in the sprint, but 12th in Vegas, followed up with 2 wins, but then 11th in Brazil and 7th in the sprint in Brazil. Those 2 rounds basically killed his championship, because we were Mr. Consistency at that point. As you can see, Norris was 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 2nd. You know, Norris is super consistent until we hit Saudi Arabia. Max, 1st, 3rd, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 1st, 1st, 2nd, 2nd, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 1st, 2nd, 1st, 8th was his worst result of the season at that point. And then he had a DNF in Austria. And that's essentially what it was. I mean, he wasn't on the podium every Grand Prix. He wasn't winning a ton of Grand Prix. I mean, he still got 2nd most wins with 7, but just the consistency of points finishing and finishing well in the points as well. There were too many bad results. That round. You could maybe argue that round and that round. Definitely the DNF didn't help. And then from there on, brilliant from Oscar. 5th, 2nd, 1st and a 1st in the sprint. 1st, 2nd and 5th in the sprint. 2nd, 3rd and 1st. You know, he didn't finish off the podium from Austria onwards. Just mighty. But the damage was already done. You know, and despite finishing 12th in Bahrain, it was, you know, we only needed a point in that Grand Prix or Oscar to not get maximum points, which obviously he didn't in Bahrain. Didn't get it on pole and then finished 3rd. Didn't get the fastest lap either. So, yeah, the damage was done in these early rounds here, Vegas and Brazil. That's essentially where the championship ended up being decided. A little bit of a shame. Let's take a look at Kimi. So didn't start well, looked 10th, 13th, had a decent result in Vegas, 7th, but 10th, 18th, gets on the podium in Brazil, then follows it with a DNF, a 4th, a 6th, another 18th, another DNF, 7th, 8th, 13th, 5th, 14th, another DNF, and then from Austria, the car started coming good. 3rd, 2nd, 4th, a win in both the Grand Prix and the sprint, a 9th in Monaco, but 2nd in Bahrain, 3rd in America at COTA. Just, you know, didn't have the car in the first 2/3 really of the season, for anything other than the odd sporadic good result. Bit of a shame, real shame indeed. Let's have a look at Mini. Mini we saw having some good results to start with. Got points in the opening Grand Prix, or a point in the opening Grand Prix. Nearly got a point again in Italy. Then got 8th place in Vegas. Then had a DNF. 14th, 17th, 15th. Another point in Spain. More points in Abu Dhabi. A couple more bad results and a DNF. A couple more points finishes. Then the results just kind of started falling away again. Picked up a final point there in Austria, and then never got close to points again after that. Fornaroli, again, just didn't have the car. And look at that run of 5 DNFs in a row for 6 in total. That certainly didn't help. But there were a lot of drivers that didn't really perform as you would have expected. George didn't have a particularly good car at every point of the season. Started badly with a DNF, 18th. Then got on the podium with a 2nd place, a 6th, a 2nd, a 12th, a 6th, a 3rd, a 4th, an 8th, a 17th, 19th, and 15th. Yeah, I don't know what was going on in those 3 rounds. Then a 10th, and then all of a sudden, a win, and a podium in 3rd. It just suddenly George came alive again. And Leclerc also never really had a car to challenge in the early part of the season. 11th DNF, 18th, 12th DNF, 11th. I got a couple of good results in quick succession, followed by 19th and 11th, and 15th and 11th. Did get another win again, but there was no consistency. No consistency amongst our challengers there. So very, very odd. Very odd indeed. There you can see, again, 30 podiums over 16 podiums for Ford. That's another reason why the constructors was such a cakewalk. Gasly didn't chip in anywhere near enough points for Ford, and Norris was hitting the podium just as much as Max. So a very, very strong overall. In terms of the head-to-heads, Max beat Norris 15-9, 19-5 to Oscar. Russell won the head-to-head 16 against 8 to Hadjar. Leclerc by the same margin to Tsunoda. Antonelli 17-7. Finished honours even with Williams drivers. 12 positions apiece in race results. Lindblad outscored Bearman 4 times, or finished ahead of Bearman 4 times throughout the year. Sainz 13-11 to Porsche. Not very far apart at all. Honours even between Doohan and Bortoletto, 12 apiece. Djokovic had the upper hand over Lawson, and Mini had the upper hand over Fornaroli. In terms of qualifying head-to-heads, pretty close between Max and Verstappen. Max and Norris, just 13-11. An absolute, one-sided slaughter for Ford. Piastri with 20. 17-7 to Russell, 15-9 in Leclerc's favour, 16-8 to Antonelli, 17-7 to Albon. So while they finished level in the race head-to-head, it was very much a one-sided affair in qualifying. Albon ahead of Colapinto. So that kind of speaks badly to Albon in some respects. The fact that he was so far ahead in terms of starting ahead of his teammate, but could not convert that into head-to-head race success. Lindblad 15-9 against Bearman, Sainz 17-7 against Porsche. Doohan slightly better than Bortoletto in quali. Close as well at Toyota, 11-13 in Lawson's favour, and Mini outperforming Fornaroli quite significantly. So there we go. It's been a fun old series, hasn't it? We've worked our way from the bottom up. Our first season was not a good season. If we take a look at where we finished, it might have cleared the results actually. Might not have the historical results anymore. Yeah, we don't. That's a shame. So we'll have to go back to the game for that. Let's take a look at our history. We reload back to when we were still at Cadillac. Let's go to boards. Let's go to team profile. Recent history. So our first season is missing, unfortunately. Now, hang on a minute. Wait, what? Did I load the wrong file? There we go. A bit weird. Yeah, it's all right, here we go. So season 4. It says season 4 in progress. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Very odd. There we go. Season 5. These are the results from our second season, 2028 season. Actually, no, our third season. Tell a lie. We finished with 80 points at the end of season 3. Season 4. We ended with 160 points. Max and Hamilton, our two drivers. So we doubled our performance. Didn't get a win though, but we did get more podiums. We won a couple of sprint races, got the pole position, which we hadn't had the previous season. And as I double the points, season 7, 422 points. The first year of the Norris Verstappen partnership. 6 wins, 4 sprint wins, 1 pole, 14 podiums, and then this year 494 points, 8 wins, 5 sprint wins, 10 poles, 30 podiums. The team just got better with every year, and we just can't see the early stuff, unfortunately. It's a bit of a shame. Let me have a look at, where is it? There's supposed to be where? Here we go. So seasons as team principal. We've had 6 seasons, not 8, because again we had to skip the first 2 years. First winning the Constructors' Championship, as you can see, 2031. Got our first win in the Drivers' Championship in 2030. 152 Grand Prix entries, but our first one being the 2025 Albert Grand Prix, Albert Park. So it's not 152. We can take 24 off that. It's 128 Grand Prix that we've entered. And of those 128 Grand Prix, we've been on the podium 55 times, which is a pretty good ratio, I think. And then our best Grand Prix first achieved in Baku, but it doesn't tell us what year. Our highest income in a single year was last season when we achieved an income of 258 mil. That's a lot. And then total points scored, 1,351. First point scored is in Jeddah, so we can't really actually count all of this necessarily as being completely accurate, because again, it's counting that sim season. But there we go. I've been really, really pleased with the journey that we've been on with Cadillac. I'm looking forward to starting with the 2026 regs and the 2026 cars in our new series. We don't know when that's going to start yet. Still waiting for the database to be released. It is still being worked on and tested. Hopefully it'll be soon. We will be back with the 2013 file on Monday next week, and we will continue that Monday and Tuesday, and then assuming that the database hasn't dropped by then Wednesday we will just continue with the 2013 series and keep doing that every weekday until we are able to start bringing the new stuff in as well. While we are here, let me show you the new stuff that's dropped on Overtake today. So we've got this new Gulf Williams livery for the FN26 car, which does look very, very nice. We go back to F1 Manager 24. There we go. So the remaster here, I wasn't sure what it was, but apparently while I was streaming, Kevin posted in Discord to say that whereas it was just the car before and the driver suits, it now has a rework to improve, to add in team overalls as well. So it's a fantasy livery. It's still on the 2026 model car, but there are apparently 2 more drops coming on Overtake over the weekend from Kevin. I think I know what one of them is. I'm not going to say anything, in case I'm wrong, and B, I don't want to spoil the surprise if I'm right. But I don't know what the other one is, so we'll have to wait and see on that. But yeah, there we go. Those are the 2 new additions today on Overtake. And before that, we still got that McLaren and the Ferrari that we saw a few days ago. So yeah, there we go. The end of a series. If you do want a copy of this save file and you want to carry this on yourself, then as I say, find me on Discord, shoot me a message, and I will send you the .sav file over Discord, and then you can do this yourself. No mods will be included, so you will need to do the mods yourselves. If you want me to reset the team names back to normal, and reset the colors for the teams back to normal, then let me know and I can do that for you as well. In fact, I'll probably actually create a second save file that does just that. But yeah, there we go. So if you have enjoyed this stream, if you have enjoyed this series, then a thumbs up. Much appreciated. If you haven't yet subscribed, then hit that subscribe button as well. Be sure to click on the bell for notifications on the start of live streams. We'll be back on Monday, usual time, assuming I haven't overslept again, of 8 p.m. For the next round of our 2013 journey. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon. Oh, and the Moth beat me in the head-to-head fight as well.